Hi, it's Dr. Mike McGlynn here. We're well into winter now. It's freezing cold, ice slipping over when you're going outside. So I'm up in the winter office now. It's really cold in the other room, so I'm up here now. I've got machines that run down here, and I just remote into them. But yeah, it's cold, but it's beautiful. It's been really a beautiful day today. It's been a little bit of a while since I've made a video because I was out collecting. I've got a stove and out collecting wood and sawing up wood, and took a couple of whole days. So when I was going to do another video, I couldn't do it. But I was listening to material really for this video because this, I think, I mentioned this on me last two. I did uh, a video which I split into two, but there's a single version as well, which is all about sort of like political involvement, the importance of political involvement, and the willingness and the openness to be involved politically, and why that should be good. And I was also approaching it very much from a Christian perspective of how important it is for Christians to be involved. But I think there's some stuff there, that's very relevant for people of any faith or none. So, that hasn't had many watches, which I've been a bit sort of disappointed about, because I really felt that uh, that it's a good video, that they're a good seeker. I cover a lot of ground, and I just hope maybe it's because people are a bit sort of saturated with with the American election, or whatever. But I would encourage you, because I did a couple of blog posts that were associated with that for the material, and I really think it helps get a real feel of the subject. Now, this what I want to talk about today is I think I want to talk about what you might call the locus classicus, which is Latin for what the central issue, or the main issue, or what you revolves around your sort of like your understanding. And this one is very specifically dealing with what I would consider, and I think what most people consider, the principal passage in the New Testament, and in fact, in the entire Christian scriptures and the Hebrew scriptures, that deals specifically with the relationship of someone to the state, the relationship of the individual to the state, the relationship of the church to the state, and very much, how should we view uh, government? How should we view people that are in authority above us? How there's the real fundamental sort of like you could say sort of like ethics and political ethics, ethical issues, and it all. It's amazing. There's only like 7 verses in Romans that deal with this, uh, and yet there's this enormous amount that flows out, enormous amount of scholarship that has flown out from just this passage, how to interpret this passage, how to put it in its proper context. Because on the surface, when we'll see that when we read it, but on the surface reading of it, you would think that the only position that's been advocated is is that whatever the government says we should do, and we should never rebel against the government. We should never have any. The Christian's duty is just to be obedient to the state, and and that and that particular interpretation is, was thrown at the church leaders in South Africa that were fighting against apartheid in that was what the some of the Dutch Reformed ministers would or people who had grown up in the Dutch Reformed, I would hesitate to call them proper ministers, but the government ministers would often quote Romans 13 to the bishops to say that you're inciting sedition and you're rebelling against the government, and your obligation is to accept that this government's been obligated by God, and whether it's been slavery or whether it's been every sort of excess in the UK. We've got the history of and the European, in a sense, this is the history of Europe, and the monarchs and the relationship to the Pope, and whether or not the monarch has a divine right. There was something called James the Sixth of Scotland, who was obviously important for my heritage as a MacNeil, but he became James the First of England, and he was also, I think, the person responsible for the King James Bible, who sponsored the King James Bible. But he advocated something called the divine right of kings. So kings had the divine right to rule. It was as if, and so whatever the king said, the subjects were obligated to obey without the opportunity to disagree, because if you disagreed, you were basically killed. So so part of this, really, what I want to really discuss today is in this discussion, I'm very much relying very much. This actually makes up, I think it's chapter 7 or chapter 8. It's the penultimate chapter of my book where I discuss this. And in a sense that in the book, because this was like just a chapter in the sense of that thesis, I pick up on, because I was very much into that how you relate to in a sense how you political. My view is that philosophy is practical, and that it should have relevance to everyday life, and so that's why I put that in the thesis. And the interesting thing was that when my examiners were examining the thesis, they actually asked me to remove it. They asked me to remove some other stuff. I had to do a lot of changes, to be honest, because what happened with me was that my initial supervisor, there was a big reorganization at the university, and unfortunately he was left. This was sort of like during COVID, and so there was somebody else who was supervising me sort of like for the last year, and really it wasn't really their area. And although I was really grateful to Farhan for what, there were some little bits that he really helped me sort of with, and really sort of pushed me in some directions. But the supervision was quite light. So when I actually got to the exam, the oral exam that you have to do, that was actually like probably one of the best. Even though I thought it was going to be all day, I thought you were going to get examined all day. It turned out it was only like an hour, and I thought, 1 hour, PhD thesis being examining you in an hour. But it was quite a demanding hour, actually. But what was very interesting was that I passed. I didn't fail. But there's sort of like, I think it's something like, there was like 3 levels of passing, where you can pass unconditionally. That basically means that they accept your thesis as it is. Then you get like the second level, it was called minor, sort of minor changes, where basically it means that the internal examiner, because you had to have like an internal examiner and an external examiner, and the chair. So it was like a 3-person committee who does the exam. And obviously the internal examiner is obviously somebody from within the university, but the external examiner is the real, they has the real weight in that sort of examination, in that exam. He's if you like, the subject expert. I requested an external examiner, and amazed, and it was actually Professor Munster, who's in Galway in the University of Ireland, but he's actually president, I think, of the Irish Philosophers Association. He's got an amazing sort of portfolio of his accomplishments of what he's done. Really interesting guy. Because I was originally approached him, I think, years ago, when I was looking into doing the doctorate as a possible supervisor. But then I remarried sort of around about near the beginning, and all my plans changed, and in the end I already had like an unconditional offer from from Bangor, where I'd done my bachelor's and my master's, and so in the end in some ways I took what I thought was the easy route. In some you often think of something, the easy route, that might be better, but in some ways, it's easy to think in hindsight. It would have been a very interesting journey if I'd gone with the professor for the entire doctorate, when you actually sort of do. But I think it would have been very, very different. And it's you often think, that's why, in a sense, when you do a doctorate, it's just the beginning. You're going to go off, you're going to do more research, you're going to do other things, and you never arrive. I think that's one of the things you have to be when you start to study, is that you never arrive. You have to know that you're on this journey. Gosh, I'm talking already. So this the reason why I was saying that was because philosophy as some people do just consider philosophy in a sense as therapeutic. You're just trying to understand a problem and clarify it, and of course that's a really important aspect of philosophy, is that you are clarifying the problem and you're seeing the problem. But some especially modern analytical philosophy, that is all there is. And in many ways, sometimes in modern analytical philosophy, the tendency is to get so into the minutiae of things that you never actually synthesize out and actually make use. And so after I'd done the exam, they actually asked me to remove this chapter, which deals with, in a sense, what I think is the most important thing is when philosophy actually becomes practical. And how does, in a sense, your philosophy, how what practical implications has this got? So in many ways, I find this aspect of it, the political aspect, and how it interacts with what you believe and your theory of knowledge and how it all fits together. To me, this is one of the most interesting interface political philosophy in many ways. I think it's probably because by its nature, unless you're just trying to describe, that's again the tendency of, say, the analytic, or especially the positivistic view of philosophy, is all you're actually doing is describing something that's actually happening. In the sense, you're just annotating it. And that's, whereas if you've got sort of like a more view where you're trying to solve philosophical problems, and that was one of the interesting things. Even though I probably disagree with most of Bertrand Russell's sort of like formulations and his general approach to philosophy, perhaps, but there was one good thing that he did actually. I think that he did have the, especially in his early days, maybe in his later days, maybe not, but especially in his early times, he actually really did believe that philosophy could solve problems. If you read his sort of like his history of philosophy, he actually talks a bit about the need to solve philosophical problems rather than just state them. The positivists were very much just about stating, which is quite interesting because he was one of the prime movers in that movement, especially in its early days in the Vienna Circle. But the positivists just sort of said that we were in pursuit of knowledge, but it was knowledge in the sense of by description. They were just looking at, and science was very much just like you're enumerating something that's actually in nature, the phenomena of nature. You're never really sort of dealing or with solving the problems. That Carnap was even further. He said these are just pseudo problems. If reality is a pseudo problem. So one of the most important metaphysical issues in the entire universe, existence, and what does existence mean, is a pseudo problem. And that's something Russell said as well. He said positive said it's a very interesting essay, actually. I'll see if I can dig it out, because I know I referenced it in the doctrine. It's in the references, but it was a very unusual collection of his essays, which was done, I think, at the end of the 1940s. I've just had sort of like a message flash. I thought I'd turned all these messages off. I thought I deliberately muted all the system messages there, and it just come in there. But anyway, in fact, I know I've muted them, but some apps still want to interrupt what you're doing. But it was very interesting. There was this collection of essays. I think it was done at the end of the 40s. Very unusual collection, and it's interesting because it was like because there was a big and enormous collection of Russell's sort of like works that was done more like a formal sort of bibliography of his works, and an enormous thing which I've got on my shelf somewhere. But this was sort of something where, when he was still very much an active philosopher, but very much coming to the end of that sort of like active period on the bit. I think it was published just about the time where he'd gone to New York. He'd left Oxford or Cambridge, wherever he was, and in the UK, and he'd gone over to the US, and then he had all the trouble in the US. But in a sense, his move to the US, sort of like because it was so controversial over there, I would say a lot of his best philosophy had done. His influence waned very dramatically, I think, after the end of the 50s, and this collection was written then. But that's one of the things he writes in his retrospect on the logical positivism. I think he called it logical analysis, logical positivism. I know in history of Western philosophy, he tended to use the term logical analysis, but it was the logical positivist movement picked up that aspect in the sense of his thought, Wittgenstein's thought, and it became more likely to be referred to as logical positivism. I do believe there is sort of nuance, there is a difference there, but he was writing in the sense at the end of the period, end of his active period, looking back on logical positivism. And one of the things that he said about it was, he said that that logical positivism tends to be very narrow because it tends to reject the psychological aspect of knowledge, and it tends to trivialize problems, or it just calls something a pseudo problem when really it just moves the problem to the side rather than dealing with the problem. It dismisses things rather than looking at them, because it's just looking at things very narrowly in the sense of the logical relations, and then dismisses that psychological aspect or the metaphysical aspect of it, because that was one of the famous things, that they were famous for, was dismissing metaphysics or metaphysical questions as pseudo questions or as meaningless. That was the famous thing, wasn't it? Meaningless. You can't have a discussion about God because that's meaningless. And so, but he said it was very interesting because he was writing sort of like at that point, then make during that period, at the end of that period, and very much making that sort of like that point that that tendency to dismiss those problems and to those issues is really counterproductive, and the importance in the sense of philosophy is it's practical. So that's why I've put this, and that's why I certainly consider that this is a really important issue, and that where it gets practical, and the interesting thing about Romans 13 is that because it's dealing so directly with an issue that's of central importance, really, because we obviously lived through just lived through sort of like the pandemic period, and for most people, if they haven't lived through a war or a world war, that was a situation in which the state exerted itself very, very strongly and used its coercive powers to the full to really force people to stay inside, only permit them to go outside for an hour a day. In our nation, we only allowed outside for an hour a day. People were being stopped by the police if they were outside, and it was it was basically tyrannical. You weren't allowed to travel, you weren't allowed to the only exceptions were if you were so-called key worker, if you're working in a hospital, or of course, in the sense, politicians exempted themselves from most of the legislation and had their parties and everything else, and it was a real there was a real assault on people's liberty, and a lot of those things that had been in our law built up of 100 years were suddenly just pushed aside. And so it's a real issue, because one of the big I wrote a lot about it at the time, and I will try and put some of the references in, and I was amazed at the response of people who are supposed to be Christian leaders, and their complete, almost like the total capitulation to it. There's only one person I know in the area I live in who offered any sort of resistance, and the place where and really, you can count on one hand, people that decide, leaders Christian leaders who, worldwide, who made a stand. And so it was really interesting for me because I was writing at that time. I was obviously doing research for my doctorate, and I'd read somebody called Martyn Lloyd Jones, Dr. Martyn Lloyd Jones, who he I think he when did he die? I think he died in the maybe 77, 78. But he was at I think he was the one of the leaders at what was called Westminster Chapel in London, and it was basically like a Presbyterian chapel. But he's generally recognised as one of the most systematic and rigorous of the evangelical, what's called expositional preaching, is where you're really trying to, analyze. It's like I suppose it's like the analytical method applied to the scriptures. He was a very much an exegete, somebody that showed you what was there, clarified the terms, and then exposited it, which basically means how does this then apply to life. So you clarify actually what's there, and then you've got to apply it to life. And he's done this very famous series, and the amount of material that he generated, I think he was he trained as a physician. I think in the mid-30s he left, so he must have been around, and I think he was familiar with the First World War as well. So he had this enormous breadth of sort of like of knowledge, and he became, I'm not sure when he became the minister at the chapel, but there's this very famous period, I think, from the 40s, 50s, 60s, where he was I think he was the prime minister then. I think he retired sort of like maybe the early 70s or the very late 60s, and then he then continued to minister and to travel and publish. But he's very famous for this his commentary on Romans. I mean, it's like this, it's like 15 sort of books, but they're actually like transcriptions of his sermons rather than something formally written. Although there's a couple of volumes in there that are so unbelievably detailed, and I think if these are transcriptions, this is astonishing. But I know some of them are transcriptions, and they've only recently, I think, been completed. His works had a whole new people. I think there's some committee that's taken over the estate. There's a whole website which I'll put the links and everything up there, and most of the material, I think virtually all his material, but he's got like hundreds of messages on John, on Romans, on Ephesians, and I think it's now all free for download. They make it all available free for download. And but he in his discussion of Romans, I'm not sure how. I think I must have been interested in how the passage was interpreted, because I'd heard some of these very brutal interpretations of the passage even before COVID. Of people talking about Romans 13 and that we're to obey the government. That's who we are. And I can remember the first time I read that passage, because I'd sort of, in my youth particularly, I was very much involved in extreme left-wing politics, and I was even I called myself sort of like an anarchist. But and so it was very interesting to read that passage. After my conversion, I still can remember the first time I read that passage, and it had an impact on me, because I was thinking, gosh, this is telling me I have to obey my government, and everything in me didn't want to obey my government. So it's but his account of that, and his analysis of it, and the of how you need to interpret this passage, because on the surface reading of it, it does seem very, and we'll read, when I read it, you'll see that it really gives the impression that unconditional obedience. But he goes through and actually makes the point, and he talks about that, that a Christian can be or people are perfectly at liberty to join revolutionary movements or to eject their government, or so I mean, in a sense, I want to get to that point. I want to step progress through to that point. But that, in a sense, is to understand this passage properly, and to really understand the history of how of the relationship between what the proper relationship between the church and state should be, because in various points of church history, it's been conceived of and thought of very differently, and the way the reformers, in many ways, had had this sort of dramatic insight and dramatic change, and broke from the Roman Catholic view. But somehow the Roman Catholic view of the relationship between church and state sort of was reintroduced back into an early Protestantism, and it became hegemonical as well in its, and quite tyrannical. And then you have the history of the Puritan movements, and then the Great Migration, sort of like to the US, and yet somehow it became very tyrannical as well. The early settlements in sort of like in Massachusetts, the colonies, and how destructive to individual liberty and freedom, and those people that had gone to the US gone to the New World for the purpose of religious freedom, suddenly found that they reproduced that sort of tyranny. And it really wasn't until the works, some very famous Puritan called Roger Williams, who really, and his work, and he founded the Rhode Island colony, Rhode Island sort of like colony and state, eventually Providence. I think it's Providence was there, and he really, and his views, he was, without realizing, a lot of people don't realize that he probably set the character of the US with its regard to religious pluralism, the relationship between church and state, and that church and state are separated. And his view of democracy, the American model of democracy, the American culture, probably owes more to Roger Williams than people actually realize. He's probably one of the most pivotal and important characters in the history of the US, in the sense of how the Constitution was eventually formed and framed, and the relationship between church and state. It owes more to him than anyone else. So in a sense, that's like a little bit of the preview of where I want to go. But okay, so I'll just pause here, because that's just like a little bit of the preamble, I think, and then the next one is where we really dig into Romans 13. Okay, see you very shortly. Bye. Hi, welcome back for part 2. I just thought I'd get some props. I sort of like had a few abortive attempts. It was about take 4, but this was the series on Romans. This is the sort of like the modern sort of like cover bit. Say, for example, this is chapter 13, and this is actually, how many pages on this? This has got, like, say for example, this has got over 300 pages of commentary, exegesis, exposition on Romans 13. That's just Romans 13. This, if you see this, how many pages has this got? This is 500 pages, and this is Romans 8, verses 17 to 39. So that's why I was saying the entire series is like this. But it just shows you how, for analysis and for expositional preaching, is generally considered to be probably the finest expositional preacher of the 20th century, and you can see why. And I think he's one of the finest expositors ever. And so that's one of the reasons why, when I read his account of Romans 13, particularly because of my sort of like my background in sort of like radical politics, and it was a real, it really, and with the tyranny of COVID, and sort of, it really helped to sort of to understand our relationship with this, and I think this is why, you know, our relationship to the state, our relationship to authority generally, our because in the history of the church there's been a lot of different attitudes and a lot of different groups, and some of them are very violently anti-state, and you know, were involved in insurrections and revolutions and were killed very brutally. If you know anything about sort of like the Munster Rebellion and Thomas Munster, you know, there was they either the DDR, even though he was what was called an Anabaptist, and the Anabaptists were you know, were in the reform they were reformers, but they were called radical reformers. So you had Luther, Calvin, and then you had Zwingli in between Luther and Calvin, and at the same time you had these radical reformers who took some of the views of the reformers and then really pushed them to the extremes, or really interpret, and they the Anabaptists were famous in the sense of for rejecting earthly authority and for making the very clear distinction between, say, the spiritual realm, and when you're, this is one of the themes that we'll sort of like look at, is when you're, if sense, when you become a believer, you enter into the kingdom of God, suddenly you're detached from the kingdom of the world. That was very much their view, is that the flesh, or the world, the world of the natural world, your flesh and body, and the spiritual world and the spiritual way of looking at things were completely distinct and separate, and we were to be subject only to the spiritual authority of God, not the natural corrupt authority of man. And so they were very radical, and Thomas Munster was one of these radical Anabaptists, and they were very much into community of goods. They, in many ways, they prefigured what became a lot of the, you would call it proto-socialism in many ways, and that was why he was celebrated in the 20th century by the Deutsche Democratic Republic. They did the, so German Thomas Munster, they were sort of in the area that you now call Germany, and they celebrated him as an early communist. Because they had community of goods. They wanted to have sort of like their own law. They were exalting the poor, getting rid of the aristocrats. So there was all this theme that was coming out that was called the Radical Reformation, and but that was put down as very violently in the end. I think there was a lot of death, but the Mennonites and the Amish were related to that group, and I think that's one of the reasons why they ended up. They have Anabaptist roots. So, and there are some interesting aspects of Anabaptist thought where they got some things very much right, which we will look at. They got a lot wrong, and they pushed lots of things to the extremes. On the particular issue of the relationship between church and state, they got that aspect right. So, it's me. Pray for my voice here. It's a bit funny. Thank you, Lord. So, let's have a look at Romans 13. Let's read it and give it surface reading. I was reading from the net. I'm going to read from the Net Bible, and the Net Bible is really, really interesting, because it was the history of the Net Bible it's one of the, it's almost like what you call like a crowdsourced sort of communal online web project, but it's had lots and lots of academic input. And if you've ever heard of sort of like Wallace's Greek grammar beyond the basics, he was involved in that project, and they've had a lot of input in from the Nestle Aland, if you know anything about the sort of the standard Greek texts. So it's really interesting, and they've got lots of sort of notes on the text. It's actually netbible.org, and they've recently enhanced it quite significantly since the last time I looked at it, and they've now got, I knew that they'd done some projects where they were looking at the Greek text and tying the texts together, and they look like some of that works in the last 12 months has finally, I think it must have been a delay of a few years, because I can remember reading about, they've got some of this stuff, I think in the printed text of the introduction to, I've got like an online electronic Bible software. Mine's quite out of date because this particular, it was called Bible Works, but they stopped trading, I think, a few years ago. But they've got, like, in the preamble, they've got like a lot of the introductions people have written, I think, and they had the Bible, the Net Bible had like a big preamble, and it was talking about all these different projects that were going on underneath this banner. And I can remember going to the website really excited and then not seeing much on the website. And I was thinking, oh, this must, like, you do get like a lot of these online early web projects where people got really excited about uh, about the internet and the democratization of information, and then suddenly you think, well, how are we going to make any money? And so a lot of those early projects, I think, crumbled. And I thought that had happened to the Net Bible project, but they really look like they've had quite a lot of new stuff that's on their site now, and it was really impressive when I went on there. But it's a really interesting translation because and the notes are good. Some of the commentaries are a bit off, I think, and you can tell that there's a little bit of a bias that comes in at certain points, but they really do try and make a good tie it into the Greek text, and it's effective and it's clear modern English. That's what I like. I can't stand this, worship of the King James ancient Elizabethan language. Some of the Psalms sound beautiful in Old English, but often you don't. It's not. You want to actually understand what you're reading as well, and if somebody says, "Oh, it behooves me to something," then what does the word behoove mean? It's a word that fell out of use probably at least 100 and 200 years ago, and so you get all these. There's people that consider, there's the whole King James debate. They consider that they actually consider it to, as some people actually believe in what they call double revelation, which is where they believe that obviously the biblical languages are Hebrew and Greek, the main ones. There's some Aramaic and there's some other stuff in the Hebrew scriptures as well. But basically, the Old Testament, what you would call traditionally called the Old Testament or the Hebrew scriptures, they were written in Hebrew, and the what you would call the New Testament or the Christian scriptures were written in Greek. And so whether some people actually believe that when the King James was translated, that God specially anointed those translators, and that it was like the English that came out of that translation was as divinely inspired as the original language. It's called double revelation. And that's why some people are really consider the King James. We can't touch the King James. It's the best version. There's a whole amazing. There was amazing that the fact that there is a debate, regarding that is remarkable, because language changes, the use of words changes, words get archaic. Well, I have heard people who are, that are basically very sane defending that view and said that once you understand the shortcomings of the King James version, at least they're prepared to admit there are shortcomings. But said, and once you understand the way certain words aren't used, it's still the most amazing version, and it is a monumental achievement but it was very much, though, still built on sort of like on the Tyndale version, the Wycliffe version. These guys, deserve as equal as recognition of their astonishing words, especially Wycliffe. Wycliffe, in the sense, in translating the scriptures, he really defined English, because with he chose what was called the Anglo-Saxon dialect in Britain, in the British Isles, which, if you have a look at an older map, even now, the Anglia is like the bit of Britain that sort of sticks out on the side just above London. That's Anglia, and the Anglo-Saxons actually came from the Angles, and the Saxons came from what Germania, which is roughly equivalent to where Germany is now, and they're colonized and conquered most of particularly the eastern part of the country, and that was their strength. And the Celtic fringe on the west where we're from, the Celtic fringe managed to survive, in the sense, in the more in the west of the country. But when when Wycliffe, who was a professor at Oxford, chose that dialect to translate the scriptures into, he really basically defined English, and that's what became English. And it's hard work if you try and read Wycliffe's English, because there's different letters that you don't use anymore. The alphabet's a little bit different and stuff, and you get and you still got, like, especially Middle English, you had a lot of basically German words as well. So it's quite difficult to read that. You almost need it transliterating. But by the time you get to Tyndale, who was the next one, I think probably 1400s, when he does his, it's much more recognizable as English. Still hard work, but it's much more recognizable, as in you can just about understand it. And in the sense, with the King James, they even in their terms, you see, they modernized the English, so even in there, I mean, it's archaic to us now in Elizabethan. We can understand it, but that's the reason why you need new translations and you need new versions, because you must be able to access the scriptures in the idiom and in the language. And there is arguments about the decay of the language, and that it's become more trivial and become less depth. And the reason why certain words are used in the scripture, the reason why they were used was because they had specific nuances of meaning. And they're all fair enough arguments to be had, but the big distinction really is between translation is whether you're concerned with technical accuracy, or, if you like, a literal, where you're sort of looking at almost like a word for word, sort of like equivalence, and you're only adjusting for where there's fundamental variations between the language, where you don't express them, where the idiom's just basically different, but your basic model is as close to the literal translation as it can possibly be. So you get versions, for example, like the excuse me, the New American Standard Bible. If you've seen the New American Standard Bible, that's an example of an exceptionally good basically literal translation. Very, very good. Even now, I think it's one of the best versions you can get. If you want to get sort of like a modern version, it's particularly get the what I'm going to read from here now is what's called the New English Translation. That's an excellent version for a modern translation. But if you want something that's much but the Net Bible makes the Net Bible distinctive, is that it's what's called a dynamic translation. So what you're actually trying to do is you're trying to whereas the literal is trying to be technically accurate, the Net Bible's trying to be much more dynamic, in the sense it's trying to express the meaning, and trying to bring out the meaning, because sometimes technical language or a literal translation might not bring out what's really meant. And so you've got this whole spectrum of Bible translations from basically from the paraphrase, which is taking the dynamic principle to its to the ultimate extreme, where it's difficult to tie it's almost very difficult to tie what's in the it's very, very interpretive, and it's very much somebody's subjective view of what the text actually means. And that's always been the argument of the literalists against those who are in dynamic, who believe in sort of dynamic translation, is because the more dynamic you get, the more subjectivity and the more bias of the translator can actually creep into, the more their theology and the more their views and their presuppositions can find their way into the text. So the literalist is always saying the best, if you've ever read Young's literal translation, he's on what you would consider the most literal of the literal. And some people would actually say, when you try and read it, you actually find that it's not even almost English. It's too literal. And so that's like, so the something like the Net I think is a really good translation, because it's dynamic, but nevertheless it's very close to the text. And where they deviate from the literal text, they tell you, and they tell you why they deviated in most cases. So I think I'm very much still, I value the modern translation, the dynamic translation model, because it is very much about trying to understand the meaning. But you do have to recognize that if you're trying to amplify or to bring out the meaning, and there is a translation called the Amplified Translation, which tries to expand what's in the text and tries to give you more information about the word, and perhaps tries to give you a bit of background regarding the idiom. And it's probably a good at this point as well to mention the significance and the difference between when you say get the New English Translation and then you get, say, the New American Standard Version, or the Authorized Version. Why is it? Is that there's a significance when something's called a version? It actually means that it's had normally it's got like an academic review committee, and so and you'll have people that say who are experts in Hebrew who are concentrating on a particular set of, say, books from the Hebrew. It might be experts on Job, they might be experts on Ecclesiastes or Proverbs. They might have expertise in particular genres, because the biblical texts obviously have different genres. So you have you've got stuff which is pastoral stuff. You've got prophetic stuff. You've got the Proverbs and that type of literature, what's called wisdom literature. So you get these as well, and then you've got historical books like Chronicles, but nevertheless within Chronicles there's this commentary of the chronicler or chroniclers. There is a theological commentary that those chroniclers have put in as they were documenting the history of the nation. So they're looking back and they're making comments about why did this happen. So they're writing the history, and that's the whole argument about interpreting history and how you interpret history, how you write it. So you in a version, you had those experts, subject matter experts, who understand those issues surrounding the text, and it's normally academic, and it'll have a committee. And so in a sense, you would think it would be far more rigorous, and so the standards would generally be higher. You would think, if it was, say, like a version, it's basically implying there's a far more of an academic approach to the text, the different text, and there's experts who are concentrating on small areas. Whereas when you get stuff like, say, like the Message Bible or the Passion Translation, they're actually basically the work of one person. And so, lots of people I know, love, say, for example, really, love quoting from the Passion, or they quote, but you have to probably understand and think, from the point of view of rigor, and from the, there's probably, it's very easy if you're the only translator to push your view of the text, which obviously you're doing to a greater or lesser degree as a translator. It's not a science, it's not a perfect objective science. Language isn't something that's one-to-one equivalence between different languages, even languages within the same language group. We call English and the European language, we tend to call them the Indo-European languages. They've got, because the grammar is basically the same, the structures are the same, but even there's not like a one-to-one equivalence. And when you have sentences with words joined together, they don't necessarily mean the same things. There's the whole philosophy of language sort of like comes into that. So so they're really sort of like interesting things. So, but that was, again, I think that's just filling in, giving some background information about sort of like the biblical text and what the difference between a version and a translation is, and the degree of objectivity and subjectivity. They're important. Some translations are known for and some versions are known for their dynamic sort of like nature, their dynamic, but some versions nevertheless, like perhaps the NIV is probably one of the most famous versions, which is also quite dynamic in its approach to the text. The Good News Bible, again, is another modern version, which is the one I used when I first became a Christian, sort of like 21, 22. To be honest, that was the only one I could really understand. I even found the NIV one a bit difficult to read. The Good News Bible I found was really, it had some really good features about it. I think the text is very clean, very clear. It's something that's, depending, at different points of in the sense of your spiritual walk, you can and when you and depending what the purpose is as well, as to whether you're reading it just for devotional purposes or whether you're reading it for study purposes, and then you get other versions and other approaches to the text. And when I started formally studying stuff as well, when I was learning the biblical languages, I'm not to any degree, I'm sort of a beginner as far as Hebrew is concerned, but as far as New Testament Greek is concerned, I'm pretty good. And the Old Testament, there's an old Greek translation of the Old Testament called the Septuagint, which again is really, really interesting, because it goes all the way back to the time of Alexander the Great, when you had that enormous Greek Empire, and it was one of the earliest translations from the Hebrew, whereas what we would consider the modern Hebrew, or the Hebrew, the Masoretic, what people would say the Masoretic text, which is the Hebrew scriptures are generally translated from now, which when people talk about the Hebrew, they mean the Masoretic text. Those only go back to sort of like 600 AD in a sense, whereas your Greek Septuagint goes all the way back, maybe 1000 BC or something. And so, and it's very, very interesting because of the history, because what happened to the Jewish people, that even when you are reading the translations in stories of Jesus in Luke, and when they often quote the Septuagint rather than the Hebrew, because in a sense it's a bit like if you were sort of like in the Amish community, and when they have some of the festivals, and some of the original work, the original material was written in Old High German, very sort of like archaic, ancient, it's not spoken anymore. But when there's like a formal sort of, some sort of, in certain, Amish communities, who are traditional, they would be reading stuff in this formal High German. But it's to the speaker, that's going to sound really, really weird, and it's going to be very difficult for them to relate to and connect to and to understand. And Hebrew it was interesting, because the Hebrew in the time of Jesus, because of the conquering and the destruction of the nation, you had sort of, Hebrew was very much more like that formal religious language that was used for special occasions. But people were probably much more, they were speaking sort of like the language of the people was very much more Aramaic, which used the same alphabet and was related to Hebrew. But it's a bit like, there'd been centuries of separation, and so it's become a language in its own right. And then obviously you had the Romans speaking Latin, and then you had Greek. So the whole linguistic mix, and what actually goes into the scriptures, and actually understanding why they were written in Greek, and the relationship to the Greek Old Testament. And there's lots of these issues that help you sort of understand the human history, and the subjectivity as well as the objective nature of biblical study. So all this sort of like stems from this little comment I made on the New English translation here, on Net Translation. But I think this is good. It's literal. It's but it's dynamic, and the netbible.org is great as a study tool if you're interested in digging more into this and getting some background. And not all their commentary, as with all commentary and all sort of analysis, you need multiple sort of like sources, because you will get bias, and you do get in discussion of particular passages as well, you can tell where the commentator's coming from. And so there are those issues there. So as I've managed to talk again for that period of time, I will have another very short break so I can get myself something from my throat, but then we absolutely will start with Romans 13. Okay, see you shortly. Okay, we are finally welcome back. We're finally ready to dig into Romans 13. So I'm going to read this in the what's called the net translation. If you haven't listened to the previous one, listen to the previous version, because I talk about what the differences between translation versions, the different versions, different principles of the translations, which is handy background information to know, I think, for anybody who wants to approach the text in a scholarly manner. So it says, so this is Romans 13, and it's actually verses 1 to 7. And it says, let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except by God's appointment, and the authorities that exist have been instituted by God. So the person who resists such authority resists the ordinance of God, and those who resist will incur judgment. For rulers cause no fear for good conduct, but for bad. Do you desire not to fear authority? Do good, and you will receive its commendation. For it is God's servant for your good. But if you do wrong, be in fear, for it does not bear the sword in vain. It is God's servant to administer retribution on the wrongdoer. Therefore, it is necessary to be in subjection, not only because of the wrath of the authorities, but also because of your conscience. For this reason you also pay taxes, for the authorities are God's servants, devoted to governing. Pay everyone what is owed, taxes to whom taxes are due, revenue to whom revenue is due, respect to whom respect is due, honour to whom honour is due. Okay, so that's the surface reading. So if we now sort of like pick it apart a little bit, it says, so verse 1, it says, let every one person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except by God's appointment, and the authorities that exist have been instituted by God. So the first message that we can draw from this is that the idea of the context of Romans 13 is interesting, because some commentators, in discussing the Romans 13, and even the fact it's Romans 13 1 to 7, one thing we need to actually understand, and I think this is an important principle, is that when if you get, say, when the Bible, or what we call the Christian scriptures, were written, and in fact when the Bible was written, it wasn't written in sort of like verses, and it wasn't written with modern punctuation, and they were different, and in the early, these were actually written then in scrolls and on parchments, and the early some of the early manuscripts were written in what's called uncials, which were basically just capital letters, and there was no there wasn't even spaces between the different words. It was just like one long stream of letters, and then people had to, as they studying it, they would, and as, if you like, orthography or writing that was reformed, people then started to put spaces. They then started to, I think during the Roman period, they started using lowercase letters as well as capitals, and then you sort of like, you get different punctuation points and question marks, and so all this stuff is actually really important. This is almost like an addendum to the previous video, where it's sort of trying to understand the texts as texts and languages. You have to understand that even the fact that this is put as Romans 13, somebody's thought that there's been a break in thought from the end of Romans 12, and they put Romans 13 as a unit, and then they've broken it up because they thought there was another break, say, at the end. So often when you look at the way the verse, even though, and this can happen with the verses as well, sometimes the person that's broke up the verses, I think most of our modern verses, the modern layout, was actually the result of, I think, some French bishop who was on a big long trip in a horse and carriage or something. It was going to take him absolutely ages or something, so he started dividing the stuff up for reference purposes, and I think that's where our basic verse structure comes from. So often, sometimes the verses and the divisions in the text are artificial, and they're actually incorrect. They interrupt the thought rather than continuing it. And so one of the big things to understand about Romans 13, because some of the commentators and Lloyd Jones, Dr. Martyn Lloyd Jones brings this out, I think, very well. That some of the translators he discusses, quite a few different ones, which I'm not going to go into sort of like in any detail. But he makes the point that there's distinctions in the scholars, and some of them say they just said, well, there seems to be no reason why suddenly these verses are. This seems like a strange intrusion into the text, a change of mood, and there seems to be no reason why they're changed. And we don't need to go into the merits of that argument, but what I do believe Martyn Lloyd Jones brings out correctly is that Romans 13 is not an isolated unit. It's within the flow. In the first eight chapters of Romans, he's laying a very powerful theological, philosophical, psychological foundation for the account of humanity in many ways, and God's plan of salvation for humanity. And 9, 10, and 11 are like a pericope on their own. They're dealing particularly with the problem of the Jews, because the Jews traditionally, there was in the early church, there was for the first 100 years or so, Jews were still the in that period, in that first 100 years after that, you can look at, say, like a line of the right at the beginning it was just Jews, but by the end of the 100 years there was hardly any Jews. But you have this sort of like period when these books are being written, where you've got this mixture within the congregations of basically Jewish converts and Gentile converts and people. And so the Jews still, because of all their history, and the Gentiles wanted to know, how do we deal with the Jews, and the Jews who traditionally taught to have nothing to do with Gentiles, and suddenly now we're all believers, and we're all, you read this in the narrative of Acts of some of the and how Paul, and Barnabas argue with some of the what you would call the Orthodox people who didn't believe that they should eat with Gentiles, and Paul and Barnabas they have such a severe disagreement with these people, and they said that God's not making any distinction anymore between Jew and Gentile when we become believers, which is true. But they had to actually go up to the elders in Jerusalem and get a ruling on this question. And thankfully, the ruling was yes. We Jews couldn't cope with the law and couldn't cope with, and it condemned us. Why are you laying all this stuff onto the Gentile converts? Just let's, say, we're living by the Spirit, not by the letter of the law, and which is wonderful. So they and then when you get to Romans 13, so you've got that little pericope there, and really the verse chapter 12 is all about people getting on with one another, and how to get on with one another, and how not to, and the practical outworking of what this great doctrine that is set out in the first 8 chapters. And so 12 is very much about people getting on with one another, and Romans 13 is not an intrusion. It's still very much this of the importance of how is society set up, and how are we to relate to one another, how are we to live in peace with one another. And the great dramatic what he's saying in this sort of like passages is this would have come as quite a shock, I think, to the believers, the people that he's talking to, because the authorities, and you can read about this if you read, say, the book of Acts. If you read them, I mean, Acts is a fascinating, just as a piece of literature, I think it's fascinating to read. If you've never read it, you should read it as a piece of literature, because it shows the amount of opposition, and it was often the authorities that the early believers were coming into conflict with, and you can read that in the gospel stories, the people that you had all this conflict with the authorities of the believers, and Jesus had all this very dramatic, and so you had this sort of like impression, I think, which is an act. It's not just an impression; it's actually there in the text. You would understand why early believers, because of the level of persecution, because of the hostility, and people were being, people, and when they say persecution, this wasn't people, shouting at you and being rude to you. These are people, basically trying to kill you. They lived. It was brutal. Life was pretty brutal and pretty severe, and so they would have had their view of authority. They would have considered the Roman, and as the Roman society decayed, it became more and more tyrannical, and particularly during the time of Nero. The interesting thing about Nero was that when he came into office, he was actually apparently somebody who was very enlightened and who ruled in a very enlightened way, but then he became a total tyrant at the end, and that was when he would coat the Christians in tar and then set them on fire, and for him to light the banquets, and as people were screaming and dying. Can you imagine that? You're having this sort of like banquet with all your invited high guests, and there's all these people screaming and dying, Christians coated with tar and who are set on fire. It's you sort of, and this was the most accomplished. This was the liberal elite of the time. So you can imagine that, say, people's attitude to authority and to the state would have been. It would have been very easy for them to have had a very, very negative attitude to authority, and to have wanted to, in the sense, to become very, very insular and isolated as a community, and for a community to live with its own laws, its own values, its own, and it wouldn't have had a positive anything. It would have been very, very easy for people to be very, very negative towards authority. And even you see that a little bit in sometimes when the Apostle Paul was writing to believers in other contexts, he's actually saying, some, not many of you are of high birth, and he's saying a lot of you are. So he makes that sort of like that point of that sort of political elite class. It would have been very easy for the early believers to have had a very, very negative attitude towards them. So one of the first things he addresses here is that he says, let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except by God's appointment, and the authorities that exist have been instituted by God. So the first principle is he's actually saying that the principle of authority and of government is God's idea. It's not like a human construction. It's not just a socially defined enterprise or something. This is something that was ordained and instituted, and it's God's idea. Government is necessary in order for people to be at peace with one another and to be able to live at peace with one another. And that's why the position of Romans 13, of these 7 verses, after chapter 12, and then it continues at verse 8 onwards. It goes back into stuff that would be considered very much more sort of like pastoral and how do we get on with one another. I mean, verse 8 talks about owing nobody anything. Don't owe anybody anything, for example. Why? Because if you owe somebody something, it says owe nobody anything except to love them. Why? Because when there's lots of people owing stuff to each other, that I know I've had this experience. If you're in an environment where people, lots of people owe, or certain people owe everybody, for 4 or 5 people are all owed by this one person, that can cause a lot of trouble for that one person, because this is what it's talking about. This is the thing so Romans 13 is very much part of this. How do we get on with one another? How do we view society? We're not isolated individuals or isolated islands. We've got to live, and we've got to get on with one another. So it's the first point he's actually making is that government is part of this, of getting on with one another. And so he's actually saying, yes, let every person be subject. Now that's interesting. This word subject, when it says be subject, we tend to think, oh, that means obey, but it doesn't. It doesn't mean that. And this is something Lloyd Jones brings out very well, is that even though there's something in the etymology of the word which has like a military background of being in place and being underneath somebody and being, say, being a soldier in some sort of relationship with your commander, the actual history, the word, the meaning of the word and the use of the word had moved and changed quite significantly from that point. And if the writer had been wanting to give the idea of obedience, and that obedience is what he's saying, he said, let every person be obedient to the governing authorities, he would have used a different word. There would have been a choice of, say, 3 other Greek words, which would have been more appropriate if the idea of obedience was what's important. But he's actually saying, let everybody, the idea of subjection is actually something different. This is something where you're giving place to, he said, part of the best translation of this would have been give place to, instead of asserting your own rights or your own views, your own opinions straight away, you're giving the other person a space to say what they're doing. So you're, in a sense, this is talking about a psychological attitude to the governing authorities of actually understanding, all right, this is the government has been instituted for my good. I might not, there might be an instinct in me which is to think the government is no good. They're all crooks. They're all corrupt. They're all bent. They're all, there's no good thing can be in. Yeah, but he's trying to say, no, you have to adjust the way you're actually thinking. And he brings it out, I think, by referring to in Ephesians, where he talks about the relationship, in the marriage relationship. He says, he talks about husbands, he says husbands and wives be subject to one another. And he's saying, so, but both people can't be simultaneously obedient to one another. They can't obey one another, because one person, if you're obeying somebody, you're in a relationship where you're conforming to what they're saying. So that's why he's saying it's logically incoherent. So you can't both obey each other at the same time. One person is going to obey the other person. So the husband is going to obey the wife, or the wife's going to obey the husband. They can't simultaneously obey each other, but they can be subject to one another, because they are they're not asserting their own rights immediately. They're in there, they're giving space to the person. They're being respectful. They're listening, and so that's the idea of, say, so the idea of being in subjection is not the obedience. The emphasis is not so much here in this passage on the obedience, it's on the attitude and your basic fundamental orientation to authority. And that's what he has to deal with, because they would have had a very negative, inimical, anti-authoritarian bias because of the way the authorities had treated them. So he's trying to sort of really change and alter their thinking. And if you read, say, like 1 Timothy, I think it's 1 Timothy 2, where it talks about, God desires all kinds of men to be saved. He said, I want prayers to be given for kings, emperors, all those in authority, that we might have a peaceable and quiet life, and we can live a peaceable and quiet life. And that's very much, and that's part of this thought of what's going on in these first couple of verses of Romans 13, is that you have to have the right attitude to your government, and you have to have a desire to pray and to intercede and to consider government in principle as a good thing. Now, because he talks about because what's the opposite of authority? And he said here, because it says, reading a little bit more in the verse, it says, for there's no authority by appointments, and the authorities that exist have been instituted by God. So what's the opposite? Sometimes it's helpful to look at, to consider things in the negative, to actually understand what they're getting at. What's the opposite of, say, of authority and the institution, isn't it? It's talking about institution, like sort of authority relationships, society. What's the opposite of that? Well, the opposite is anarchy, and everybody doing what they consider right in their own eyes. This is you find this in the idiom of the Old Testament sometimes. It's talking about particularly lawless periods in the history of Israel, and it talked about, and this was in the time before there was no king, and everybody was doing right, what they considered to be right in their own eyes. And I'm not sure where I heard this, but it was talking about the worst form of human organization or is anarchy, when there's no law, when there's no respect for law, and where people really do what they because people, this is a theme that's picked up just a little bit further on in the passage, is in case you've sort of like you realize is that people aren't naturally selfless and good. They're actually basically selfish, and in many ways they seem to be naturally antisocial and naturally self-interested, naturally aggressive, and some people are just outright evil. So the first point he's trying to make here is to actually have a positive psychological orientation to society, to actually understand that God has put authorities in place to assist in us in able to live at peace with one another. Remember, that's the context of Romans 12, and after the first 7 verses of Romans 13, it becomes more obviously talking about how do we maintain good social relationships with each other. And so he goes, and now he's giving he's given you like a reason, and now he's saying that the person who resists such authority resists the ordinance of God, and that's a strong. So he's being much stronger here now. He's sort of like he's told you the principle. Now he's going to be much stronger, and he said, right, if you do not, if you have got this basically negative orientation towards authority, and you don't want to have anything to do with government, and you're going to do everything you can do to undermine the government, then it says you're then resisting. You've put yourself in a position of opposition to God himself. And then it says the implication and the response to that is, it says the person who resists some authority resists the ordinance of God, and those who resist will incur judgment. Now, the interesting thing about that is, you immediately think when it's excuse me, I'm just going to change glasses here. It's just the sun's going down, the light's getting low, getting a bit more difficult to read here. So when you hear judgment, you will incur judgment. You think of a lightning bolt coming down from heaven, or you being thrown into hell. But that's not what he's saying here, because he's actually saying that the state itself, the institution, these authorities, the laws that are going to be put in place, you will incur judgment, and the way God will administer this judgment is through the institutions and the organizations of the state. So the one of the fundamental sort of like principles that's coming out of this passage is that the organization of a central organizing body of law and of coercive authority called the state is legitimate. It is a legitimate principle. This would have been something that the people he's writing to here there would have been some resistance in their thinking because of their experience about this. And so, and as we expand, as we go into the passage, you'll see that he then wants to address this. He wants to say, oh, what's going to happen? What's you've had this negative experience. Does this mean that every individual person who's in a place of authority, are they instituted by God and put into their positions of their authority? Because now there's an important difference there. Might as well dive into that now, as I've already raised it. So if you can see, because he's establishing that the principle of authority is a legitimate, and this is something that comes from God. So the question you have to ask yourself straight away is, does that mean that everybody who's in a position of authority in that structure has been instituted by God? And now there's no logical necessity for that. There's no logical necessity to say that just because somebody's in a position of authority, that God has ordained them and put them in that position of authority. That is not. The office has been ordained of God, but that does not mean that, say, somebody who's in that office, who is corrupt, who's tyrannical, who's abusing their authority, who's using their, who's using their authority for the, in a negative way. So, say for example, let's take a Nero, so take a Nero or take a Hitler. It should be obvious that it's absurd, or you think of the tyrants of the ages, think of a Mussolini, or think of these crazy people of the 20th century who killed millions, Pol Pot and communist revolutionaries and Che Guevara, and the amount of blood that was on these individual people that were exerted and used the authority and the power that they had for their own purposes. The idea that those people have some sort of personal approval from God, that does not follow logically from this. You have to make a distinction between, and this is one of the most important distinctions that you have to make in understanding this passage, is that you have to make a distinction between the offices and the institutions which are ordained of God, and the individual rulers who are in those offices. And now we're going to beef that up a little bit, because some people would want to object, because I heard this many times as I was learning about this in earlier days, that people would say, no, everybody who is in that office, we get the leaders we deserve. I think maybe Calvin at one point says, we do get the leaders that we deserve. And in some ways he's making a phenomenological statement there. I don't think he's necessarily making a statement of principle. I think he's actually saying we do get the leaders we deserve, and we think of that, don't we? Say, if you consider what happened in, because I'm an observer of American politics. If you consider what happened when sort of like Biden got into power, and the sort of the and you had you had the movement that was centered around George Floyd, and and the anti-police, anti-establishment, progressive type. And then you had this enormous decay in the last few years, and the wokeness, and people have really seem to have really had enough of that now, and there's been this visceral and strong reaction that even though all the power in the different institutions of the state that came against, say, the Trump campaign, and somehow he still overcame all that, and people really there's been a change in the populace. And this is what sort of like getting at. So I think that's I think that's more what Calvin's really getting at, I think, is when he says you get the rulers you deserve. If you're in a place where you are, if the people are in a state of decay, in a state of moral decay, they choose people that they like to rule over them. But that doesn't mean that God has instituted that ruler at that particular time. That's a different thing. Because we can immediately go on, say, on verse 3, you get a bit more of this helps bring that point out, because at the moment I've just posited that not every ruler, there's no logical necessity today. I think that you can say that straight away. There's no logical necessity that says that everybody who is then in that office is necessarily ordained of God. Now, some of them might be, and so in a sense you make the distinction of philosophy between necessary conditions and sufficient conditions. So there's nothing of necessity that every person who's in this office is ordained of God, but there's certainly sufficient conditions that some people will be. Some people will be ordained by God to be leaders in a particular time, and you can see that just reading through the scriptures generally. You find that there are times when God explicitly intervenes and explicitly states that he is going to use a particular ruler to do a particular task at a particular point in history. And in fact, he's using that ruler to bring reformation, to bring change, to in a sense, to bring restoration back and order back to society. But if we read on, just a little bit on, it says, "For rulers cause no fear for good conduct, that for bad. Do you desire not to fear authority? Do God, and you receive its commendation. For it is God's servant for your good. So the ruler is God's servant for your good. But if you do wrong, be in fear, for it does not bear the sword in vain. So this is giving you a criteria, an implicit criteria here for the ruler who we should be in submission and obedience to, and that we should respect. It's the ruler who causes no fear for good conduct, but for bad. So it's giving you some sort of criteria to if you like, to assess the ruler. So the ruler that is interested in doing the people good and to ensure that the social conditions are that people, say for example, can trade effectively, can go about their business without being interfered by other people, or to, you know, can go about their lawful business, and they're the sort of ruler that is being classed as good here. It says, for rulers cause no fear for good conduct, but for bad. So a ruler that's that's self-interested and who is is corrupt and is you know, they might be in league with the local gangsters. We had the problem here in the city that I'm from, in the west side of the city, at one time, very bad time, sort of early 1990s. The west side of the city, on, you know, especially inner west, on, you know, got taken over by gangsters. The police were corrupt, the councillors were corrupt, and it was nasty, and the place basically ended up getting like burnt down. And there is nothing that is in that that shows you the type of government that is not being defended here. Those were rulers who were intending the bad, and there was nothing that you cannot defend that, say, from this passage, to say here that the councillors, the police, the rulers, the people in authority were there. You would have to they are not the sort of people that this passage is referring to that you should submit to, because the people you should submit to are the people, the rulers that create good social conditions and create conditions of peace within the people, so that the people can prosper, and that the people can, and the society can, you know, flourish and build. That's what we want. We want to build. We want an effective, growing, buoyant society where people are succeeding and prospering, not where that corruption has come in and destroys the society. So that I think that's a very important principle to understand from these verses here, that it's giving you the criterion which says these are the sort of rulers that you should be submitting to, and that you should be praying for. 1 Timothy 2, you know, pray for all rule, you know, that we might live a good and peaceable, tranquil life. I mean, the word is interesting. The words in 1 Timothy 2 that translate peaceable and tranquil, they actually do. They mean that sort of, that idea of social peace, of quiet, of contentment, you know. So that's, you know, the state is meant to be, you know, it's something that God puts as instituted in order to ensure that society is like that, and that's why we have this general attitude to it. But that doesn't mean that every individual ruler is the one that is going to be instituted. And in fact, where this is what, you know, we can then extend that idea on to say that if the rulership is not behaving like this, and because it says here, doesn't it? It says, if I can read on a little bit more. It says, do good and you will receive its commendation, for it's God's servant for your good. But if do wrong, be in fear. So there is a negative coercive thing. And it's very interesting here as well when it says, for it does not bear the sword in vain. Now, what's the symbol of the sword? That's very interesting, isn't it? What's the sword? You know, the sword was an instrument of, basically, of death. In when, you know, when these texts were being written, so the sword symbolizes the ultimate coercive authority that is put in under the auspices of the state. So the state is actually given the position and given the authority and given the right by God to wield the sword. So it actually has the in the extreme, at the extreme end, if you like, of needing to maintain peace and order and in society, it actually has the right to use this sword in order, to, in the extreme case, to execute capital punishment. So that's unique to the state, because the church as a separate body is not given that authority. It's not given coercive authority, but the state is. This will be part of the how far I'll get on this today. I'm not sure, but part of the discussion will be is what is the difference between the church and the state, and some people say that in fact the one of the positions is that the church and the state are not different. They're merged. They're just different aspects of the same thing. Some people say that there is a distinction between the church and the state. Which one's in charge? Which one's more important? Is it the church or is it the state? And what is the relationship between the two? Some people say, they consider that the church and the state are different aspects of the same thing, and that the church uses the authority of the state to get done what it wants to get done. Or the mirror image of that is, oh no, the church is the state is more important than the church, and the church and the state basically tells the church what to do. And some say there's a total separation between the church and the state, and the domain and the rules and the internal rules of the way the church and the state work are fundamentally different, and there's a total separation between that. In the US Constitution, isn't there? There's a total separation comes from the work of Roger Williams. Complete separation between the church and the state. They're completely different, and we will look at that in more detail, the relationship. But in this passage here, you can see that when it talks about this authority here, the governing authorities, they're given the power of the sword. So they are given the ultimate coercive authority. So in many ways, this is like this is like a negative function of the state, isn't it? It's there to restrain lawlessness and wickedness in people, and social discord in people. It's actually got the ultimate authority. That if says, there's people, say for example, there's a violent gang that's going around killing and raping and pillaging and whatever. The state has the obligation to use this power of the sword to restore peace. So, but that's quite a negative function of the state. This coercive authority is a negative function. And one of the interesting things about this passage is that it very much presents this sort of like it doesn't so much present a view of the state as being something that has to organize the whole of society and its individual areas, say like organizing education, organizing health, organizing transportation, or something like we consider like that of government now, don't we? We consider the positive aspect of the state, in the sense of being, or what people consider the positive function of the state is that the state organizes all these other items for the general good of society. Now that is where you would say it's gone way beyond what this passage is talking about, because this passage is talking about that it's the function principally here is a negative function of maintaining order and in maintaining social peace. It's not talking about this sort of idea of the modern nation state, which is, again, it's an important discussion, but we have to walk before we can run here. So let's work our way through this. Okay, because it talks about here, it says, for it's God's servant for your good, but if you do wrong, be in fear, for it does not bear the sword in vain. It is God's servitor to administer retribution on the wrongdoer. Okay, so the function of the state is to administer retribution on the wrongdoer. That is important to understand, that the function of the state here that's been presented here as a negative function. It's a coercive function. It's to do with maintaining social peace. It's not considering the state as a body that organizes the rest of society. And what's interesting is that he goes on here. He says, therefore it's necessary to be in subjection, not only because of the wrath of the authorities, but also because of your conscience. So for this reason you also pay taxes. So you see here, so he's really laying it on the, these people have already, right, he's only got in, what is it, 5 verses or something, and he's already saying, these people have probably had this negative instinctive reaction to the rulers and the authorities, but he's now actually saying that you should in all good conscience, you should be saying, yes, I really want to give these rulers my taxes, because they're here for my good, and they're creating conditions of social peace, and they're ensuring that those people that want to disrupt, want to steal from me, and want to rob from me, or the rulers and the and the state are protecting me from the evil people within society. And I want to give them my taxes. Yeah, I don't know how many of you, when you consider, do you rejoice when you give your taxes? Because I certainly don't in our country. But nevertheless, I have to actually understand, well, yes, there's this, regardless of other things that are going on, they're part of the operation, and part of the benefit of actually what we're getting is resulting from taxes. So the principle of paying taxes, the principle of giving, he talks about tribute and talks about custom. If you look in, I think it doesn't so much bring it out in this version, but it talks here. It says taxes to whom taxes due, revenue to revenue due. So it brings out the idea of direct taxation and indirect taxation. I think in older version it talks about tribute to, which was like direct track, and custom, which is like indirect taxation. So you can see that's part of, so there is this sort of like idea of us giving up something of our own and paying taxes to this body called the state, that then uses this to create institutions which maintain peace and maintain order, and it's coercive function. So one of the interesting things, I think, you can, if you do like a systematic study, say of what would be the proper outline of the state. I might have done some of this actually in my master's thesis, I think, which is on my blog. If you go to planetmcneil.org/blog, there's a thesis section, and Dominion theology. I may have gone into some of this in some detail regarding what would be the proper limits or the boundaries of the state, because what's happened in say the modern 20th century, in the modern environment, 20th century, is that states have become progressively larger and larger, and they've intruded more and more into every aspect of life. So they control education, they control every little detail of, and they're more and more, the state is appropriating more and more power to itself. Whereas when you look at, say, like a proper scriptural, if you like, circumscription of where, what are the proper boundaries of the state, you see that really the things that are emphasized in is the justice aspect of it, and ensuring that justice is done, and ensuring that there is a system of justice, and that they ensure that the borders of your nation are protected. So that the function to protect the population from nations that want to invade, or from of securing the integrity and ensuring the integrity of the nation, And in a lot of modern states, the things that they're absolutely not doing is securing their borders and ensuring that people have the access to justice. And there's people often talk about two tiers of justice, and it can be really very, very expensive in our country, particularly. It's very, very expensive if you have to go to court, if you can't get. We have a system called legal aid here, where you're supposed to be able to get aid if you need to go to law, but there's all sorts of things that can complicate that process. And so that means really that people who are wealthy and can access justice or access the courts and use the legal system far more effectively and efficiently than people who can't. And that's a failure of the state. If that's the situation, that is a failure of one of the functions of the state. So it's trying to give you, in this passage here, it's trying to give you establish the boundaries of, or give you like a conception of what a good state should be. So a state is something that seeks the good of the people and protects and allows for conditions of social peace, so that it maintains the peace between people. And so it's actually saying that yes, your and your attitude to sort of like to take, so it's giving you that sort of like that, it's establishing that taxation is not an evil thing, but it's something that you should consider. Yes, this is, you do it for conscience sake, and you're willing to do it, so you're not trying to fiddle your taxes or like people do, or hide money in such a place, because the state that you're giving it to is meant to be concerned about this thing, about the good and creating these good conditions. And it's also limited because it's concerned, it's got a limited scope. It's not going beyond its proper boundaries, but it's a very limited sort of scope of the state that you're getting here. It's very much a negative view of the function. Negative in the sense that it's coercive, it's reactive, it's ensuring that when something happens, it's reacting to that. So say there's been some sort of dramatic, when somebody's committed a murder, and then they're found, the state comes in with the power of the sword and is supposed to take that person's life as a response to that person taking that life, unless there's there are degrees, there is concepts of what we would call diminished responsibility and murder. People talk about murder in the first degree, second degree, third degree, and on the ground. There is distinctions drawn within the Hebrew scriptures when it's talking about the law. It does give you graduations of what, but murder in a sense, killing with intent, with deliberate intent, what we would call murder. The imperative for capital punishment is very strong in those examples, unless there is some sort of mitigation. Sometimes it does give you examples of mitigation for capital punishment at various points in the scriptures, where it talks about if somebody's it does talk about it does give you sort of like exceptions or exemptions. So it is recognizing that there's a difference between different types of crime and different types of intent. But as a general principle, the power of the sword is meant to symbolize that strong and negative coercive element of the state that can use the sword when it needs to. So in order just to sort of like just give a little bit of summary so I can pause here, it's sort of like these verses are very much giving you the type of state that we should be. It's not talking about obeying, it's talking about having a psychological aspect. Now, a psychological orientation is not that we obey everything every time without question. That is not what is being discussed here. It's saying about that we should, even because it's like when you and that's why it's so useful, I think, when Lloyd George brings out this, where it talks about the same word where we've got let every person be subject. It's talking about, this is the same word that's used, say, in Ephesians, where it's talking about the marriage relationship, about people being subject one to another. And other places it talks about the same word is used when it's talking about elders and your relationship to them, and your you're not asserting yourself. You're giving the other person space. You're listening. You're willing to be responsive. You're willing to understand that even though I might not 100% agree with this policy, and we've, there's been some sort of vote. We've uh, we and this is what has been decided, in some sort of vote or something, and so you're willing to not unnecessarily stand in the way of, if you like, some sort of will. Now there may be moral issues and issues where it tells us that we can respond and that we can resist, and the principles within in scripture are clear in the sense of us being able to, if a state gets in the way of my relationship between myself and God. And this is why it's so useful when we look in the Gospels, or when you look in Acts, and you see the very person, in a sense, even writing this Romans 13 here, the very person that wrote Romans 13 had lots of times where when you read the book of Acts, where he is in conflict with the authorities, and that they're not respecting the fact that he's a Roman citizen. There's a wonderful story where it talks about they're just about to, there was a big mob, a big crowd. Some people really took exception to him and say that he's taken away, because of what he's talking about, what he's preaching about. Sort of like it was basically the idol makers were losing money because of what Paul was preaching about. The idols have no significance, and so they just basically got a big mob and tried to get the guy killed. And the spineless leaders of the of the town said that they ripped off his shirt and caused him to be sort of like to be beaten. They then chucked him in the inner dungeon, and then but then they came sort of like later, because it was just basically a mob, because one of the town clerk or something came out and actually said, this is a riot that's been here today. Go through the proper, go to the proper, if people have got an objection, go through the proper channels. And so they then tried to go on the sly, go to Paul and Barnabas and say, just please leave the town, or say that. And Paul actually stands up and says, we're Romans, I'm that's just the way they treat a Roman citizen. They better come down here personally. And so they came down and begged him to leave, and begged him to, he understood the privilege and the position of being a Roman citizen. And when it should be a model for us, that this passage is not saying blind obedience or blind submission or blind. It's actually saying that it's giving you the outline of, if you like, the type of society and the type of state and the character of a state in which we can, in all good conscience, understand, yes, this is for the benefit of us, and therefore we do not. We give it place, we give space, we understand that our individual liberty we might have to make concessions, we might have to do things that we don't necessarily have to do. We might, but it's not saying that there's like an unconditional, you have to be unconditionally obedient to whatever the state says. And that's why it's so useful when you've got all these passages of conflict, because you understand that the very same person who wrote this passage here couldn't have meant unconditional obedience, because he was often in situations where he was in positions of conflict and with those same authorities. And that's why it's when, if we take a modern example of, say, of apartheid, and the people who were in opposition and fighting with the authorities, and looking for justice for apartheid and wanted to change the society, that's why that is perfectly legitimate. Because some people say that resistance, or that now they were being told that, why the government authorities were saying Romans 13 says that you should be submissive to the government authorities. But the government authorities, when they behave in a manner, when they actually get to the point where they are so corrupt, and that they are not, that they have either been taken over by people, who in a sense who are aggrandizing themselves at other people's expense, they're corrupting they're abusing planning law. I've been involved in situations like that where I know that, and in our area where we are, there, unless, you know, in two different places I've lived, where unless you were prepared to bribe the person who was in charge of the planning, you know, giving you planning permission to build. You know, we have something called planning permission and build. You know, where you get local planning and national planning, and the local planners, you know, the local councils have responsibility for planning, say, within their area, and what can be built, what can't be built, sort of like how I think in the US they call it zoning as well, don't they? They call it sort of like different zoning, and it's like, if you imagine sort of like a situation where, and you would never get planning permission to build unless you were prepared to bribe the planning officer. And there's two different places I've lived where that has been the reality, is that it's the person who's prepared to bribe the local council with a take them out and slide an envelope under the table full of crisp bills. They're two people actually lived next to each other, both wanted planning permission to do the same thing, and one of them waited 10 years, one of them got it within a month because they were prepared to bribe the so you see, that sort of corruption, that is what is being that is not what is being validated here, because it's giving you like the skeleton of a state that's the reason why you're in this good relationship with them is because they are working with you, they are promoting the social conditions that mean that we can live at peace with one another, and that when evil comes, or when somebody tries to obstruct or to destroy or to reduce your quality of life, the state comes with this negative coercive sword that can restore order. And that, I think that's very, I think that's very important to understand that. So that's really what's been argued for in this passage of Romans. It's not like it's not saying you have to be unconditionally obedient. And I think that's the thing I want to get out at this point. So I'll have another short break here, but I will come and continue this, because I think what that immediately then begs the question is that if you're in a position where the government starts to go bad and where the state does start to get corrupt, what is going to be your response to this? And that's one of the most interesting things I think we can explore, because that's certainly, when I first read what Martyn Lloyd Jones wrote about this and how he discussed this, and that was certainly something that was very refreshing for me. And it's amazing how you don't realize how, when you've got all this narrative in the biblical text and all the record from Acts and all the record from, and you've basically got all this all that's there so that we've got some sort of reference, we've got some sort of, you know, raw material that we can look and say, and how does this material, how do we reconcile this material with, say, with Romans 13? How do we reconcile, why was the guy who wrote Romans 13, how come he was in all this, you know, he had to, in the end, he went through the legal process of you know, people accused him, you know, it's his own people accused him because he was an itinerant, in a sense, missionary. He had a team, and his own people, the Jews in different cities of the world, had become very offended at his message. But he'd come to a Jewish festival in Jerusalem to, you know, to pay his vows and to pay the respects of his people, and the people from these the diaspora, the Jewish diaspora, which was in basically what would have been, they called it Asia, which was, you know, basically part of Turkey, and he'd been in some of those cities as part of his, and the Jewish, their leaders had taken great offence at his message, and he'd come back during this Jewish festival. They'd seen him there. They'd got they then got a mob together, and he then had to be rescued by the Roman, by the Roman. There's this riot here. This riot's reported. The Romans sort of like come in, carry him off, and they then say, he's having this interrogation. They're going to interrogate him. They were basically going to whip him first, and he said, "Is it legal for you to, flog a Roman citizen who stands uncondemned?" And the centurion says to him, I had to pay for my citizenship. But Paul then says, well, I was born a citizen. So again, this shows you how, in a sense, citizenship and Roman citizenship, and it was a positive thing. It was a very powerful thing. But you then have this repeated process where all the different people he appeared before were all had some sort of vested political interest in trying to, because the Jews were like the Jewish leaders, and it was like we often joke in our well, it's not really a joke in some ways, but it was, we've had a problem in Northern Ireland. If you know anything about sort of like British history, we've got sort of like England, Scotland and Wales, which is like the mainland, and you had Ireland, and then but Ireland's always was for hundreds of years, for 500-600 years, that it was always a focus of conflict and war between the Protestants and the Catholics, and between various rival groups. And then in the early, I think it's around about the time of maybe just after the First World War, the country was partitioned because the 6 counties in the north retained the allegiance to sort of mainland Britain, broke off, and so whereas Ireland managed to get its independence in the south, and so Northern Ireland for most of the 20th century was a focus of it's when I grew up in a garrison town, and we used to have bomb scares and stuff, and IRA attacks and things. The IRA took the struggle. The Irish Republican Army took the struggle from Northern Ireland onto the mainland of Britain, and started targets, and they nearly, I can't remember what year it was, maybe it was 1980, was it 1980? Maybe it was during the 80s, during Thatcher time, so I would imagine it was early 80s, and they bombed a hotel and they nearly took out the entire British government, the senior British government at that point. And there was sort of like this bit of this standing joke amongst politicians, that if the Prime Minister of the day was not pleased with your performance, you would get the portfolio for Northern Ireland, which basically meant you would become the Minister for Northern Ireland, which was the worst job in the entire British government. And so the Jews in the ancient world were a bit like if Pontius Pilate was considered, it talks about him being the governor of the area, and the to get Judea, to be asked to look after Judea, was a bit like you would displease the emperor, and he was going to give you the worst province in the entire empire with all the rebellions and people, all the trouble, and it was a bit like that. It was the next step was that you had to commit suicide, because you would displease the emperor so much. And I think maybe Pontius Pilate had committed suicide, didn't he, later on, because I think it was only like 70 AD when the Romans came in and completely just razed the Judea to the ground, and completely dispersed, destroyed the Jerusalem, because they had so much trouble with keeping order in that place. And so that's one, I think, that's just understanding that that's going on, and so when we had Paul in this sort of like in this situation where he was each of these leaders that he was trying to make his case for, who was supposed to be, if they were Romans 13 rulers, they would have looked for a just solution, fairness, and said, Paul has a legitimate case here, you're in the wrong, we're declaring him innocent, we're not going to turn him over to you. but they were trying each time at different levels. You get the picture in the narrative where they want to do the politically expedient thing. They want to please the Jewish leaders. They don't want to rule in his favor. They say, oh, well, are you prepared to go? And Paul eventually says, I should be judged before Caesar's seat as a Roman citizen. I and this is where I should be judged. This is my right as a Roman citizen. And he says, I appeal to Caesar. And every Roman citizen had that right, that they could appeal to Caesar as the ultimate arbiter. And so they said, you've appealed to Caesar, so Caesar, you should go. But you then have this very interesting sort of like interlude of when you have, so Paul's waiting in wait, whatever it was. I don't know if he was on house arrest or something, but he's awaiting. He's in the he must have been in some sort of quarters, some sort of it was a bit probably like, it sounds like it was comfortable. It wasn't like he was in prison or in a dungeon or something, but he was being held by in the governor's residence or something, and every now and then the governor would call for him, because it says that he was hoping Paul would give him money. Basically, he was saying if Paul bribes him, he's going to let him go out. That's the implication of the text. It said the governor often spoke to him. Paul would then give him a big sort of like sermon about judgment and uprightness, and that everybody's going to give an account for their life before God. And it said the governor was sort of saying, I'll talk to you again. Yeah, so, but you get this impression that he couldn't get justice. But then there was this time where King Agrippa comes, who was obviously somebody who was another king of another area, and he was aware of the controversies amongst the Jews, and he was married to a Jewish woman. His wife was Jewish or something. And you hear this you get this wonderful picture in the narrative where it says when he comes in and the governor Felix says, I've had this person in custody. And he said, it's not the custom for, he's so hypocritical, because he says it's not the custom for us Romans to, he's trying to basically say that I was trying to follow the protocol and everything. These Jewish leaders were when I found Paul was a Roman citizen. If you read the narrative, you see he's really sliming about, because he did exactly the opposite. He was trying to get Paul to go down to Jerusalem and to be tried before them there, and put them in it. He put him in an unfair situation. That's why Paul had to appeal. But he's saying to sort of like King Agrippa, who was obviously some sort of had some from a different Roman province, but he was knowledgeable about the. He obviously has knowledge of the Jews, and he's discussed, Felix is discussing this with him. The governor Felix is discussing this with him, and Agrippa says, I would like to hear this, man. And Felix says, tomorrow you will. And you get this sort of like idea of this great pomp and ceremony, and then you hear Paul defend himself. And the amazing thing is at the end of the when Paul defends and talks to Agrippa and addresses, he obviously knows who King Agrippa is, and he obviously knows that he's knowledgeable, and he gives an account of he was just coming to Jerusalem. I come to pay him vow. Nobody found me arguing. Nobody came disputing. But he says, I was attacked, and people, raised up a riot against me. Then I was arrested, and then I had to appeal to Caesar, because they were trying to get me to go back to Jerusalem. And Agrippa sort of says, when Paul leaves, he says, Agrippa goes, addresses Felix and said, this man's done nothing wrong. If he had not appealed to Caesar, he could have been released. Which really brings the point home that there is a way the state should behave to protect somebody that was in Paul's situation, that ensures justice for Paul. And this is what you have to get that sort of like idea that this Romans 13 is not saying that every individual that's in a position of authority is to be obeyed, but it's those that act in this way, according to this sort of like criteria. They are looking for justice. They are looking to defend the rights of people. They're ensuring that there's justice and fairness. And if it's not the person, it's the office that you're respecting. And if the person, and we even have this in our own culture, don't we? We say that some people have disrespected or brought shame on the office in which they're in. And when they are disrespected and they bring shame on that office, then they are going to be ejected and removed. And that's sort of like a nice little segue into what are the limits of our Christian resistance. So I'll have a short break and I'll be right back. Hello, welcome back to part 3. Just now this is where I think we're getting really interesting. We just review where we've come from. So we've looked at sort of like Romans 13. We see that Romans 13 sets out a framework for what a good, what you would consider a state that's legitimate, a state that you do, that you get into a place of submission. Now we understood the important thing that submission is different from, say, obedience. It's having a right mental attitude, a right approach. We submit to one another in a marriage relationship. We don't necessarily obey each other all the time, but we submit. So we brought out that sort of distinction. We also sort of like it gave you the principle of a ruler that's concerned for the well-being of the population, is concerned with justice, is there. And so if you like, the corollary of that, is that what happens if you get rulers which are degenerate, corrupt, bad? Said, how do you actually respond to them? If you like, what are the limits of your resistance, both as in the sense of as a citizen, and as a Christian? Because in the 20th century in particular, there was lots of places in the world where there was revolutions, there was governments were overthrown, and so in some Christian circles, and even say the reaction to, say, the election sort of like of Donald Trump in 2016, the caused a real reaction. And when I was I still remember it on the news when I was driving. I think it's just before I started cycling to work, where I was working, and I can remember it very distinctively, because I was listening to I used to be quite an avid listener to into the news on the BBC, which is like our national broadcaster. And the BBC historically has had like it has like a really good reputation around the world of being sort of, and it used to be if you like, almost like the gold standard for doing news. But something really weird started to happen around, I can remember around 2014. There was they were on things started to change in how news, basically the national, people would say now, people would call it, sort of like fake news making rather than news reporting. And in the extreme case now, you get TDS, which is Trump derangement syndrome, isn't it? It's like, if Donald Trump says it is bad, we're on the opposite side of whatever Donald Trump said, But the news, and I can remember sort of like at this time there was the news, really, really degenerated the quality of the news. And I can remember they had this was the first time, I think. I think the person that was the writer who wrote, I think, wasn't it Donald Trump, The Art of the Deal or something? The guy who wrote that book, or helped Donald Trump write that book or something, or the researcher, whatever it was, he was the guy that I think that basically did all the work, wasn't he? And but he was I think renounced sort of like Trump, didn't he, or something? He said, and he basically, and he was interviewed on sort of like on the BBC way back sort of 2016 when Trump was running the first sort of like election campaign, and he basically, And I can remember they had him on. They had him on, and they had him on, I think, for some ridiculous amount of time as well. It's like 15 or 20 minutes, which for like an hour news program in the evening is like nobody's on for 15, 20. Prime Minister doesn't get 15, 20 minutes, but they were interviewing this guy for 15, 20 minutes, sort of like trying to get the inside scoop on how terrible Donald Trump was. And he basically said, oh, if Donald Trump gets elected as well, he says, oh, I'm out of Dodge, I'm moving to Europe. And the amazing thing was that they what did they do? I think it was they then interviewed him again. It must have been a couple of years later, and they basically said to him, "Oh, did you leave the US because Donald Trump got in?" And he said, "Oh no, I didn't." He said, "No, I've got my business here." And he was basically doing really well during the Trump period, because Trump did a lot of good economically, and yet they allowed the guy back on for another 15, 20 minutes. And I thought, if somebody was that discredited from the fact, you wouldn't have them on, would you? But something really happened that degenerated. Trump really seemed to trigger our BBC. Really, when you look at the quality of the articles and stuff back before, there was so much more balance, so much more. I was quite shocked when I read it. You didn't realize when you read it now, you realize how partisan and how news, people making news rather than reporting it, but things really started to sort of like degenerate and change, I think, during that sort of like that time. And there was a very strong, Trump created like a very sort of like strong sort of reaction as well. And people, because he really tried to court, people, because he opened the door, in the sense, to the evangelical community in the US in a way, since no president, probably, since, I don't know, had done in modern history anyway, no president had quite really wanted to involve the Christian community within. He saw the Christian community. You can be cynical and say he saw the Christian community as a voting block. The majority voting block in the US, which is true as numerically. There's more Christians in the US than there are any other, and if all the Christians voted all the time, it's like there would, but I think it's something, but because only like it's some really low figures, and it's something like only 10 or 20% of Christians vote, and so that's why you get very left-wing governments that get voted into the US as well. That's why, it's in Biden got in, Obama got in, or Obama's more, there's more nuances to that because of the way Obama initially courted the black evangelical vote as well, and with his statements about marriage and marriage between being a man and a woman, and he wanted the black evangelical vote, so he sounded more conservative than he actually was when he got into power. Obviously, you then have the as politicians often do, they then show what their values and their standards really are. But when the interesting thing about sort of like the Trump period, the Trump phenomena, was because he engaged with the Christian community, the evangelical community in the US, and there was a reaction within the Christian community here, which, and particularly in Scotland, and where my heritage is, Scotland is far more left wing in its culture, because of the heavy industry and just the way the culture of the society has gone in the last 100 years. It's become very much more with much more, in a sense, it's got much more in socialist bias in Scotland. Where there's a couple of exceptions to that, because Aberdeen with the oil fields and the industry, but in many ways Scotland, after the decay of there was a lot of big heavy industry in Scotland at one point, lots of shipbuilding, lots of mining, and the same in the northern part of Britain's a bit like that as well. There's a legacy, the old legacy industries of heavy industries of shipbuilding, mining, all that stuff. And when that stuff and those communities traditionally were very socialist communities, very sort of like, obviously because they had that, very strong sense of community. And then when they were attacked and when those industries collapsed, and suddenly those industries aren't there, we don't have, there's virtually no mining, there's virtually no shipbuilding that goes on anymore in the UK. And so you had these old, and you then had the government then came in to fill that void and support those communities in the sense, and people grew very dependent on the idea of the government being their provider, isn't it? That's what happens. People become very, very dependent, and this socialized, so the state gets bigger and bigger and provides for all people's needs and gives them lots of dole money, and you get. And so we live, especially in that culture, in sort of like in the northeast, because we have this this ex-heavy industry base. Scotland's very much like that. So Scotland is very sort of culturally quite sort of socialist and left wing, and just because people are Christians and people are believers, that doesn't sort of, they've still got that sort of like that cultural flavour. And I can remember when there was this big fight within the Christian community, how we're supposed to respond to Trump, because Trump was was holding this door open, making very, had this, welcomed all the evangelical leaders, has this council, has them to the White House, and so you had, he promoted quite a reaction, and some leaders in one place, in the fellowship that I was actually a part of, where I started going, and there was one of the leaders there responded very negatively, and and that provoked me in a sense, in a response to what they actually were saying. So I was doing some research at the time around this sort of thing, how to because people were talking about Trump's tweets and Trump's personal attacks on people and Trump's previous immoral life, all this stuff people were saying, and saying that's, therefore we should be supporting somebody like that, and but I can remember I wrote that provoked me to sort of like to look into, I think I actually called it Politics, Church and State in the Trump era or something like that, and I will put a link to it, because it's actually it ended up being like a really quite a detailed study where I read quite a lot of material, and I think it may even be, was it as big as, because I can remember around about the same time I did like a COVID thesis, and which ended up being like 40,000 words or something, just written within just almost very, very quickly, in response to what was going on, and the way that our government was stripping the rights and locking people down. And I was questioning all this, because I was getting this stuff from my spiritual leaders saying how we should submit, and how we should submit to lockdowns, and bringing out strange scriptures from Leviticus about isolating people, and how this is perfectly scripture. And I was and that just wouldn't, and it wouldn't sit with me. That just wouldn't sit with me. I was thinking there's something wrong with this, because and I'd looked at the evidence, I'd looked at I'd got the UN reports about stuff and evidence of mortality rates, and that our government wasn't being truthful. And I was saying, but they're coming up, they're locking people down on the basis of false evidence. And I was saying, that, don't you realize this is, and I can remember I had this, how can I say, I had this exchange with the leadership tier of where I was, some people within the leadership tier, and I'd basically been, quite heavily criticised because of what I was saying, and so in a sense, I was just, that provoked me in the sense to, right, I'm going to write down and be very systematic, do very systematic research, and actually say. And so I ended up, I can remember I wrote two things up around about that time. One was the COVID thesis, and another one was this, because this tied into, in a sense, the civil disobedience aspect of saying no, we're not. What are the limits of our resistance when government becomes tyrannical? And the position of the leaders where I was at, their position was, excuse me, I think this is actually what they said. I'm trying to quote now, and it was actually something like, your only resistance is like a weak, passive resistance. So you can object verbally, but in the end, you have to be obedient and do what you're told. If the government's telling you something, and even though you know it's wrong, even though you know it's immoral, maybe not, maybe there's a bit, in the sense, we're not talking about issues of religious liberty where people might want to be a bit stronger. But say the COVID perfect example, the leaders have made that decision. Your obligation is to do what your leaders say, and so you should not be resisting. In a sense, the limit of your resistance in situations like that is to make your objection known to whoever it might be, but you still are obligated to obey. And so my position was, no, you're not. You're not. You are not. You're the limit of your resistance is not to you. Now, this is where I think people can tend to go astray a little bit, because they will, if they understand Romans 13 and they understand that Romans 13 is providing you a model of what good government should be, and it's not saying that, and if your state doesn't match up to what Romans 13 is, that means you are perfect at liberty to resist that, and in the extreme, in the final resort, you may join revolutionary movement or some type of movement that that the state has delegitimized itself, and you are perfect at liberty to be part of a revolutionary movement to change your government. And now, and you can see how different that is from a merely that sort of passive resistance. Now, I didn't get that idea, because when I heard my leaders sort of like talk about this and talk about the only thing you can do is this sort of passive resistance, I'd actually recently, I think I'd recently read Dr. Martyn Lloyd Jones when he and his discussion of Romans 13, and he talks about that. He talks about where it's sort of like legal. You can be a member of a trade union and you can strike within your trade union. You're not free to. If does the law of the land say it's legal for you to strike? Yes, it does. You can go on strike. Therefore, you can join a strike. But he was saying that you are obligated as a Christian to be the best possible worker you can be, but and to honour your contract. But if within the law itself it says that that it's legal for you to strike, and you come to the conclusion, yes, this whatever negotiation there's been between ourselves and management, I'm a member of a union, the union hasn't managed to, and we are going to strike, that it's perfectly legitimate for you to do that. So you can be in a place where you're in opposition to, if you like, the authorities, because it's legitimate for you within your rights as a citizen for you to exercise those rights. And so there's no, the idea that all you've got is this sort of like this is passive resistance is incorrect. Now, where people do tend to go astray is they tend to jump immediately from right, as soon as I disagree with anything that's going on with the government, I'm at liberty to, become a revolutionary and try and overthrow the government. And that's really not, that's not understanding it. There's a big graduation between, there's levels of different resistance. That it can start with, working with your local representatives, or working with whatever trade body, or working with if it's in an industrial situation, working with you are doing everything you can possibly do to resist, and say, like, yes, your resistance might initially start as sort of like a passive, then it might extend to the level of civil disobedience. You're joining demonstrations, you're joining protests, you're joining you're getting involved in local media or something, you're being interviewed, you're standing for office, whatever's going on, and but in sort of like situations where your government, either, say, for example, if it interferes with, say, your religious freedom, your religious liberty, it's then directly interfering with your relationship with God, and you are not obligated to be in a place of submission to the authorities. And we see that explicitly within Scripture, don't we? There was times when where the authorities tried to restrict the religious liberty of the apostles, and they responded with saying, who are we to obey? You are God, you decide. It was a rhetorical response, wasn't it? It was saying, we're going to obey God. And so there is that clear cut place, something that's very clear cut. And this is, I think, something that I write. I'll get this out now so I don't forget, because I'll put references in for those two different studies that I did. The one, because I think one was called Politics, and that was like, whereas my chapter in my book in my thesis is quite focused, and it's focused on Romans 13, just on as establishing that general principle of how we understand what should our relationship with the state be, and understanding the legitimacy of the state, understanding the limits of I think the politics churches don't want was that far more granular. So we'll put that limit in, and I will put a link to the COVID thesis as well, because that started off life as because I was going to speak at a conference, and it was actually like a science conference, and it was talking about evidence, and then I was saying, well, actually, this is the way the evidence has been used in the case of COVID, because I was talking about the philosophy of evidence and the definition of evidence and the status of evidence. And I was saying, I was going to present a paper where I'd actually said that they showed how the evidence was manufactured at the behest of the corrupt politicians who wanted a justification for their immoral actions, and that didn't go down too well with the leaders of the conference. So I sort of like reacted to my rejection by writing this big 45,000 words of this COVID thesis, which is actually where I got an amazing amount of research in this, but this sort of like idea where passive resistance is the only option that we have is not true, and we've got a graduation of things that we should be able to do, and that we can become more and more muscular with our response, and in the final if you like, the final stages, if a government is so corrupt that the only way we join a revolutionary movement to change our government. Praise God that I haven't had to do that in the nation we're at. But there's other people who might be watching who've been in states and in countries where, and I know people who, from being from countries where there has been that, you imagine being in Venezuela at the moment, or some of the, thankfully Argentina's come out the other side of they've got the great guy with the chainsaw, and it's great, but he's done a really, really good job in reforming Argentinian society, which had gone rotten and communist. Enormous inflation totally destroyed the country, and so you have in situations like that, your obligation is, that in the sense that thankfully that they had a political movement there, and people had to get involved, and they had to vote, they had to, they really had to, but they had to take responsibility and change their nation. And that's what I'm, that's something I'm trying to say here, is that, Romans 13 is not prohibiting us from this type of aggressive political action. It does talk about how, we should be the best citizens, we should be the best workers, we should be the most conscientious, we should be prepared to, we should have a good relationship with our with our governments, and we should want them to succeed. We should be those who are praying for those governments. We should be in those who are who are wanting to work in any way we possibly can, in a positive, have a positive response to the authorities, to understand that they're doing their office is instituted by God, and we want them to succeed in that office. But when they delegitimize the state, when they delegitimize their office, when they don't make good use of their office, and when they're corrupt, we have got every right to get to if it starts with individuals that you're getting at, and that you're exposing, and that you're bringing into the light, and that you then get people into there who are who are those who can bring reform and bring change, and that's what we do. But in the final extreme, and this was what was surprising to me when I first read Martyn Lloyd Jones, where he, as as the evangelical preacher, sort of like saying nobody can accuse him of being, of an extremist, or a Christian anarchist or something, where he just says that in the end you're fine, or you can be involved in movements which evict a state that's gone rotten. And that's a great encouragement, I think. And so when I do these, I'll put the links into sort of like into my work, because one of them's a more expanded account of the argument, because I was involved in this convocation where something exact opposite was being talked about, and how that we shouldn't be politically involved, we shouldn't get active in political parties, we shouldn't be we should be sort of like, in the sense, God's politically agnostic. That was the argument, really. And the trouble is, there's some truth in that. That Scripture doesn't talk about and recommend a particular form of government, but it does give an outline of, especially when you look at, say, in the we're not talking about the theocratic aspect of the Hebrew nations. They had a unique position, but there's a lot you can glean from the different, almost, I would say, gleanings to, sounds like it's obscured. There's a lot you can actually understand by reading the Hebrew scriptures, the account. And when of God talks about them setting up government, he says, he gives them like a three tier sort of model, which is where and it was actually the US Constitution was based on their separation of powers, and their idea of sort of like was based on this sort of like the model where, the Lord says to them, organize and to govern yourselves. But it gives sort of like a, there's rulers of tens, there's rulers of 100, there's rulers of 1,000, and then there's the really difficult cases came to Moses. So there was sort of like this idea of people being involved and actively being involved in the polity. It wasn't like some people somehow think that, that there's something intrinsically evil about democracy, and obviously in situations where there's been pure democracy, say in some periods of Greek history, it was chaos because you never knew in Athens from one day to the other what the laws were, because people could come one day and a majority would say, right, this is now legal. The next day they could completely overturn it. And so that's why people would say that smarter societies are republics, where in some way there's a democratic element, but in the US you see that in, they say, the electoral college system, and here we've got something called the first past the post system, which amplifies the and some people, it's being one of these things where it it seems to be unfair because it's amplifying the and it can be abused, there's no doubt about it, and I think it needs reform. We should have something like a transferable vote where you have, you can mark in a preference and you can transfer your vote. When we vote in this country, we can vote for one person only. We get like a ballot and it will only have a list, and you can only ever vote. We don't have like a big long list of the down ballot. I think in the US sometimes, you can vote for lots of different things at the same time, or you can express a preference. So you've got like a local preference, and then you've got your the national preference. So there would have been, say, some people perhaps who would have voted for for Donald Trump, but they would nevertheless would have voted for a different party for local issues or something like that. Here we don't have that. We're very you're only going to really vote for and vote for one person, whereas it would be much fairer, and I think it would be much more equitable if uh, if you had something like a transferable vote where you could express your preference. So if your first person in the area doesn't get in, you transfer your vote onto the second vote. I think that would be far more representative and cause far less sort of polarization, because at the moment, because the first past the post system amplifies the majority so much of the party that leads, and I think it's in our last election we had sort of like a couple of years ago where Keir Starmer came in. So Keir Starmer came, very smart. They concentrated on getting urban a particular vote there, and even though something like only like 30% of the population voted for them or something, they ended up with, I think, something like maybe 3/4 of the seats in the House of Parliament, maybe 2/3 or something. So, enormously more than what you think they should get if it was done on the popular vote basis. So pure democracy, in the sense, is functionally dysfunctional. It is dysfunctional, but when you have but the privilege of being able to vote, the privilege of being involved, definitely seems to have a reference in scripture, in those early, even in the early Mosaic things where we talk about, being there's interaction, and we're to rule ourselves, we're not to be ruled over. That's the interesting thing, isn't it? In there, even though there is a ruler, and even though things are instituted, and the Lord nevertheless said to the Israelites, organize yourselves to govern yourselves. Yes, they were to govern themselves with the background of the laws which had been given. So it's an enormous privilege, the suffrage, and the privilege to vote, and that's an enormous privilege. And to say that God's completely agnostic to how societies run, whether it's a monarchy, an oligarchy, a democracy, a republic, I think that's such a facile and just ignorant manner of speaking, because it's clear in Scripture that there's principles of good ethics, good morals, and what and of what's desired for all people. And the reason why 1 Timothy 2 is so significant is because it talks about praying for leaders and all those in authority, that we can live a quiet and peaceable life. And so we want the form of government and the form of representation that ensures that we have the best, most quiet and peaceable life, and that we can live. And it talks about being able to conduct your business and doing your business, and I think it talks in Thessalonians about minding your own business and meeting all the needs of, whether it's needs of those in your community that are in need. It's not talking about, it's not because one thing we have to, in a sense, in our political philosophy to understand is that once you have this, in the sense we've established, and I've tried to establish as in this talk here, that the state and government, once we understand that these are legitimate and that they have a role, it's then very, very easy, and historically this has been very much the case, and it's still relatively early, it's only 5:30, so I've still got some time to talk. It's very easy to once you've, and this has been a recurring, this is a point Lloyd George makes, I think, often as well, is that he says that it's been very, very easy for people to, once they understand that the state is it's instituted of God, and and we're to accept authority, and we're to understand that, you know, there's a role for the state, and the state is to keep peace. It then becomes very, very easy to give too much power to the state, and for the state to once when and for us to, rather than seeing the state as a primarily a negative function where it has the power of the sword to maintain justice and to keep and to ensure that people live in peace, and the extended function of the state to secure your borders. You see that from within the Hebrew scriptures. It talks about, you know, the Lord gives very clear talks about, you know, when the land is divided up, into particular areas with definite strong borders, and then there is, you know, there's even sort of like even gives sort of like instructions for times where, you know, the nation has to come together to defend itself from external attack, and you have the external borders of the nation. And so we can bring that into, you know, our understanding of the positive, in the sense the role that we want to give the state. As we said, that's one of the roles of the state, is to maintain the borders of the nation, and to, if there's, and in a sense to maintain the peace within its own borders. That's the important thing, isn't it? And to the whole, and we see a lot in, you know, within the scriptures, how to deal with immigration issues and stuff, which is very controversial now, because there are, you know, in the in the sense, in what we would call the socialist or liberal, uh, what's the word I'm looking for? The sort of like the, in a sense, with the you know, in the states they often talk about the elite, don't they? Talk about the liberal elite, and that's synonymous in our culture for talking about, say, the socialist or the bourgeois elite. You know, the bourgeois just happen to be socialists. Now, it's a bit, almost seems like a contradiction, doesn't it? But often we're talking about the intellectual left. We're talking about people who would call themselves critical theorists or something, or, you know, critical race theory. You know, they've been, you know, an expression of Marxism beyond the beyond the traditional economic boundaries of Marxism. People tend to talk about themselves as critical theorists now, rather than, because Marxism still, you know, and some people are proud to be Marxist or to call them, to bear the label neo-Marxist, but people who are a bit more sensitive and understand that that's a bridge that maybe people generally don't want to cross, they will tend to be softer in they'll want to use, say, I'm a critical theorist, which basically means that, you know, I'm a Marxist. but it's a nicer term, doesn't it? It's sort of like saying, you know, but you're a neo-Marxist, really. You're applying the Marxist critique, which was traditionally economic. You're going to apply it to society more generally, not just economic relationships. So, you know, the idea that we split people into oppressor class and the oppressed, anything the oppressed do to get rid of the oppressor is legitimate. You know, that's the sort of like the typical sort of very, you know, the 10-second explanation of Marxism. But our to get beyond you know, our understanding of Romans 13 to into a wider government space of our political involvement, we really need to understand the legitimacy of being able to be involved, and to be to understand that within the scriptures itself, you know, I was say it talks about, it does amazingly, it talks about sort of like about immigration. That was the point I think I was getting at. I just remember now. I was saying that the scriptures themselves talk about how to deal with the issue of immigration, and how to be welcoming to people, if you like, establish we would say in our modern parlance, we would say a pathway to citizenship. But equally within scripture, it talks about how when somebody comes into, if you were welcoming somebody, you were to be welcoming to the foreigner, to the stranger, but the foreigner or the stranger couldn't say, they weren't forced to convert to, say, to become a Jew in the nation, or to, they had the freedom of their religion. Well, what they couldn't do was build their own temples, or uh, they couldn't, if in a sense, become a. It's like in our people tend to think in our culture, don't they? If that a that multiculturalism basically means that you have self-contained communities with that have built mosques or temples, or we have all sorts of stuff here, all sorts of different temples and things, whereas really scripture would be saying that for a culture and for a local for our own nation, people can come and people are welcome to come. We should make a pathway for them, but that doesn't mean that they are free to uh, that everything about their culture is then considered legitimate and they can publicly display that. Some things are told in a sense, and that religious thing, we would consider that controversial today, wouldn't we? It's difficult to say, that somebody's come in from a different culture, they're a different religion, for us to say yes, nobody has to convert to, say, become a Christian or something when they come into this. Our nation was traditionally a Christian nation, and by Christian nation we mean that that was a heritage of Christianity amongst the people. We don't, we because some people say, oh, a nation can't be Christian, or a nation can't be born again, and that's true. But a nation can be strongly influenced by Christianity, and our history is influenced by Christianity. That's what we mean when we say Christian nation. We're not saying that the nation itself is a, some people. I think there are some arguments in in the Christian literature, which I've had to endure because I've had to listen to them, or I've been involved in discussions where people are talking about this, and they want to make the case, and they want to really emphasize the fact that that it's not nations that get saved. There's no such thing as a Christian nation, or there's no such thing as a sheep or a goat nation. If you read in one of the eschatological passages, Matthew say 24 to 26, or where I think there's a version of it in Mark and there's a version of it in Luke as well. Same events reported differently by the three, different in some aspects between the three writers depending who their audience was. But they took one place where it talks about, it says the Lord will gather all nations before him and he'll separate the sheep from the goats. And there's like a little texture issue there where people want to make a big deal that it's not. It's traditionally some translations have implied that the nations are being separated one from another. There's sheep nations, there's goat nations, and one book I read recently made a big case about that. They wanted to make the big statement that's not what it means. It means that different people of the nations are being divided, and there is a little detail in the Greek grammar that you can perhaps defend that position, and as some people say so nations don't get saved, and you can grant that point, but really, and he said that it's not nations that get saved on, and I think you can say you grant the point, but the wider that doesn't mean that that the character of a nation, if there's been lots of Christians within the nation, or if there's been a revival within the nation will be transformed by its Christianity, by the expression of the Christianity, and where nations have had, and this is the interesting thing. This is something that Martyn Lloyd Jones does bring out, and in this, and I will put the references. I might even try and create a blog post where I isolate the messages where he I think there's about 10. I think there's about 10 of these messages that he does where he goes through this first Romans 13, 1 to 7, and there's as he goes through sort of like the argument, there is a bit where he's where there are his general drift of what he's arguing about, I think, is excellent. The where he discusses, he establishes the foundation, the criteria. Then he talks a bit more about, and he brings up this issue as well, as that there's a time where in nations where he talks about the positive the positive impacts of when there's been like a revival in a culture, and we see that the morals of the society are improved, there was medical advances, there were hospitals built, there was there's a positive change in the culture, in a sense, as a result, something that stemmed from Christian revivals within the nation. And this is empirical. I mean, this is something you can study. But he was saying that he was making the case that he was saying something very interesting, because he was tying this into sort of to eschatology as well, like the theory of last things, because there's the idea that Jesus is going to return at some point, and what is society going to be like before Jesus returns. And he would, this is probably where I begin to diverge from him as he discusses this, because he makes the case that when he discusses it in terms of eschatology, and I mean, this is because it sounds like it sounded like to me, he was saying that before Jesus returns, we should expect things to be absolutely terrible. And if you were like a premillennialist, I've made this point before, if you're like a premillennialist, and if you're a dispensationalist, you really do think it's going to be terribly dark, and the church is going to be raptured out of here, and the Antichrist is going to be ruling and reigning. It's a very negative sort of picture. Whereas if you like, the post-millennialist, and I happen to be a post-millennial, the post-millennialist is actually saying that Martyn Lloyd Jones directly deals with this issue of, I think he does, he has post-millennialism in mind, and because he talks about, when I talk about in my masters that I would talked a lot about Kuiper and dominion theology and the different eschatological views, and he obviously has I think he has post-millennialism in mind when he's discussing this. And he says, well, what you find when you look at history is you see these revivals happen, and he said then you have these social improvements, but then suddenly it's like it can degenerate terribly again, and then you have another revival, and there's like a periodicity. And he was trying to say that whereas the post-millennialist would likely to say there's a parable where it says Jesus gives some pictures of what the kingdom of God is like, and there's one where it said the kingdom of God is like leaven, and it works its way through the whole dough, and that's like a picture for the post-millennialist. That's like a picture of the positive impact of the gospel throughout the whole of culture, and that the kingdom of God will spread through the whole of the dough, and the whole of society is going to be transformed. And this is the emphasis of dominion theology, in the sense is that every aspect of life, be it government, arts, music, science, whatever it is, that these are all blessed through the operation of the gospel, and that the whole of culture will improve. And in the sense, the post-millennialist will say that when the bread is fully leavened, then Jesus will return. And that's sort of that is like an anathema, and in fact, it's heretical to those who were in traditional, those who that would be considered heretical to those who are dispensationalists, absolutely, and perhaps some premillennialists as well, because they would see that culture is getting more and more corrupt. And the traditional premillennialist, though, maintains that the church may stay strong, and even though the church might be persecuted, it's still a triumphant church, and in a sense, the return of Jesus is still a glorious thing. Whereas the dispensationalist, which is an aberration, I would say, of premillennialism, which really only emerged in the 19th century. It's sort of like you got the idea of the rapture. Society is so bad that Jesus has to come down and rescue there's a secret, all the Christians disappear, the left behind mentality. So and that's the interesting thing about sort of like Lloyd George, is where he's aware of this and he discusses this and he gives like an accurate picture that there's some who believe that the whole of culture that Christians should be involved in the whole of culture, and that this is like the leavening effect of there. And he does, and this is where I think I differ with him a bit, because he quotes, I think, Luke 17:20, where it talks about the kingdom of God, and this is where I don't think he's being consistent here, because on the one hand he talks about that it talks about because in a sense the post-millennialist view is this gradual changing of society, and that the gospel spreads throughout the whole world, and this, if you like, this leavening and this improvement, and so the kingdom of God is in a sense coming gradually. He makes the point that somebody who's a premillennialist would say this, that the premillennialist views the kingdom of God as coming suddenly. As it talks about, doesn't it? Jesus says at his return, as far as the lightning will flash from the east to the west, and the Son of Man will return. And so it's something very, very dramatic. And people who want to argue against, say, a post-millennial view would say the kingdom of God is coming very at a particular point. It comes suddenly. Whereas I would say, actually, it doesn't talk about the kingdom of God so much coming suddenly. That's Jesus' return, and obviously things will change fundamentally when Jesus returns. But in other places, and this is where this is interesting, because he mentions this verse. He mentions Luke 17:20, and Luke 17:20 talks about because the Pharisees argued with Jesus. In fact, I might even have this still set up on my. I can quote it. Here it is. It says, now at one point the Pharisees asked Jesus when the kingdom of God was coming, because they had a view that the kingdom of God would arrive at a certain point, that there would be the Messiah figure would come back, and that the kingdom would restore to the nation of Israel. Israel would be restored to its place as leader amongst the nations. That was their sort. They had a view of the Messiah as almost like a military leader who was a conqueror, who would restore the nation, kick out the Romans, but it's interesting how Jesus answered them here. He said, the kingdom is not coming with signs to be observed. And it's obviously the next verse. Neither, nor will they say, look, here it is, or there it is. For behold, the kingdom of God is in your midst. There's an interesting detail in the Greek grammar there of the what's being translated in your midst. It's sort of like the preposition entos, and it's being combined with the genitive as well. And if you look up the little grammatical, the standard grammars and stuff, it talks about that phrase "in your midst" can also mean among you, doesn't it? You can get that feeling. It's sort of like internal. So the idea is that you can't say that the kingdom's just coming at one particular point. There is this, I believe it's a very strong mandate within Scripture, of saying that the kingdom is coming. The kingdom comes, is coming. I mean, the interesting thing is that some people often talk about sort of like the tenses of salvation. That salvation is something that's happened to you. It's something that's happening to you, present, continuous, and it's something. So it happened to us in the past. We had a point of conversion. It's happening to us in the present. present continuous, and it's also going to happen in the future, because there's going to be, we're always moving from glory to glory, from strength to strength, from degrees of salvation to degrees of salvation. And when Jesus returns, there will obviously be some sort of amazing transformation. Everything changes when Jesus turns up. Even when Jesus turns up by a spirit in some place, you get changed because he turns up. So in the sense, there is a greater degree of salvation when Jesus comes up. But we receive salvation now. We're experiencing salvation, and we've got a greater salvation, great hope in the future. And I think that's the thing. That's a picture. So the kingdom has come, in the sense, in us individually, within us, in us. And I think that's unequivocal in the interpretation there of Luke 17:20. That's very, very strong. What's much more interesting is the translation among us. If you consider that verse can also be translated among us, that there's something to do with the kingdom growing amongst us and being established among us. So I think, because I really, and that's where if I do disagree with Lloyd George, it's in his later expositions of in the sense of seeing society, we're only ever, because he makes the interesting thing is he would make the point, he uses the same data as I would use, and even the same scriptures that I would use, but gives a different interpretation on that. And so, because my response to him when he says that we notice that you get this improvement after, say, like a spiritual revival, and this is true, this is how the West was made, this is how the West, the impact that Christianity had on world culture. It dramatically improved and changed world culture. There is a I know a University of Chicago professor did a very famous book. I think it's called How Christianity Changed the World. And I think various people have, in some, I would say, perhaps used it as a source, would be generous, sort of plagiarized it might be more accurate, but because he really gives like an academic account of the empirical evidence of how Christianity changed the world. That's his point. He's making that point as an academic. And so I would say, in response to sort of Martyn Lloyd Jones saying that you notice this periodicity, I would say yes, you're going to notice that periodicity, and that's the challenge for the church, is to maintain and to build on the revival and to bring reformation, rather than and to maintain that level of revival, to have this continual improvement in society. So in a sense, I'm not sure I would be as critical to say it's almost like a non sequitur of what he was saying, that he's not really proving his point by his argument. His argument, that's what a non sequitur is. Non sequitur just means you've made an argument and your conclusion, but your argument doesn't necessarily lead to your conclusion. They're not joined. Sometimes people make those arguments, don't they? And they think that they've proved the point, but they haven't proved their point. They might have proved a point, but they haven't proved the point that they think they have. And so, and I would say there that he's not, what he's actually saying is correct, but I don't think it proves his point. I was saying that if the problem is that there's been this periodicity, and that after each revival there has been improvements and changes in the culture, then we need to ensure that the revival, it's not just a revival, or if you like, the revival has to be like continuous, to continually improve society, and that much more gives you much more of a that's much more of a, in a sense, a positive view of a positive eschatology of moving towards a glorious consummation when Jesus returns. So, and there's obviously all sorts of I think in the previous video I did leave a link to, and I created a blog post as well with where Roger Price, who was a wonderful Bible teacher, Chichester Christian, during the 70s and 80s. I'm not sure when was it 70s he died, maybe, but he was very excellent sort of teacher. But he was a premillennialist, but he laid out premillennialism, amillennialism, postmillennialism, three different eschatological views very well. And your challenge is always, when you're dealing with eschatology, is how do you reconcile all the scriptures of Revelation for Daniel and Jesus' accounts? How do you put these things in a coherent, internally consistent sort of system? So, and it's there's even there. I mean, the interesting thing is about, if you like, about dominion theology is that even if it's, people often consider postmillennialism to be, say, have it to be the weakest from the point of view of biblical support, of trying to create like a system of an eschatological system. It would be, traditionally that's been the how people have, they consider eschatology, the post-millennialist. So I'm a post-millennialist, and they would consider my view to be the weakest from the point of view of scriptural support and trying to justify a post-millennial view. And there are lots of challenges with it, but I suppose when I consider post-millennialism, really, when you look at the practical effects, particularly of dispensationalism as aberration of premillennialism, its practical effects in society and culture and how we deal, and our attitude to the state and our attitude to government, I think it's a very, very negative. It's caused massive. People withdrew from culture. They withdrew. It's a very, very negative, pessimistic view. And if you like, it says, let the whole of culture go to hell, and all we have to do is just grab people out and stick them on the ark of the church. And it seems to lack all sense of social responsibility, political responsibility. And one of the things, Lloyd George argues really effectively, I feel, in his account, where he talks about when we become believers, we don't contract out of, he called it, we don't contract out of our natural relations as a human. So it's a bit like some people do quote this, and I've heard people quote this. They said that Paul in Galatians talks about that there's no male or female, there's no Jew or Gentile, there's no but he also talks about, there's no rich or poor. These are categories. So there's a context to what he's actually saying. He's not saying that the categories of male and female disappear, but he was saying that those as artificial categories within, say, and the Jewish and Gentile, when people join the church, their nationality is no longer the criteria or the category that defines whether or not they can be within the church. The church becomes a nation that is made up of all nations. That's the point. And it's not just the interesting thing about one of the debates is when it talks about gender and there's no male or female. It's not because traditionally women were excluded on just by the fact they are women from being in particular positions or being involved in, women couldn't be priests, they couldn't be. And what the point Paul's sort of like making there is that women are no longer excluded from those. There's a wider issue of women in ministry, which is more complex to more nuanced, I think. But it's trying to tell you that those traditional divisions, traditional categories were excluding you. They no longer exclude you in principle, but it's not denying that those natural things remain still as categories. So there's still men and there's still women. There's still male, there's still female. There's still Jew, there's still Gentile. But those are not from the point of view of being a member of the church or from salvation. Those distinctions do disappear. And so when we're talking about just to gather my thought there. So when we're talking about sort of being involved in our natural relations, that's it. In our natural relations, when we become a believer, that doesn't mean that we contract out of our natural relations. We don't stop needing to be involved with if we're an individual believer, if we're a Christian and we're a professional, we don't suddenly opt out of those professions. Because this was something I think I perhaps I did mention this in one of the other talks, is when is that one of the problems they were having in Thessalonians, where Paul has to deal with this in the early churches, that people were starting to give up their jobs because they thought the return of Jesus was imminent, and so they were starting to give up their jobs. They weren't working. They were relying on distribution of food from the church. They weren't and eventually Paul has to say, if you don't work, you don't eat. So this has always been part of the stream in certain points of history in the churches, that people have denied the importance of different aspects of culture, and they just wanted to concentrate on the spiritual. Whereas it's something really important that we need to understand, that we don't opt out of culture, and that I would say that one of our roles as believers, and this is something Martyn Lloyd does bring out really, really well, because he's talking about the relationship between the church and the state, which I think the probability is I'm going to have to do this as a separate talk, because I think this one's going for an hour. I think I've already done another hour, because this is because when you get into this sort of like relation, there's a difference, and maybe I'll have a go at it now. There's a difference between, say, your relationship as an individual believer to the state and culture generally, and the difference of the church as an institution to the state and how it should respond to the state. So he puts it like this, and again I think this probably needs some and I think I do this in my own discussion of this. I think I'm not sure if I do it in the chapter in the thesis, but I definitely did it in the extended study, was I make the point that some of his assumptions about that when he's talking about Christians being members of say a political party, and he says that you can have equally good Christians, and we have sort of like almost like 2.5. we have two main parties, but there used to be another party that used to where one of the other main parties came out of, and so we would have that. We have got the Labour Party, what's called the Labour Party, the Liberal Party, which is really like 19th century, sort of like liberal, of which the Labour Party or the Socialists came out of that liberal movement, didn't they? And we've got the Conservative Party. So we've got sort of 2 or 3 main parties, but the central party's always struggled in our system, because it doesn't know where to pitch itself politically. Sometimes it's more left than Labour. Sometimes it's and then it went into coalition with the Conservative Party and almost destroyed itself, because people thought it doesn't stand for anything. One minute it's more left wing than the Labour Party, and next minute it's jumping into bed with the Conservatives, where what does this party stand for? And that almost destroyed it. We had a coalition government about 2010, and that almost destroyed that middle party. So we're almost back to a 2-party system at the moment, which I think is fair enough. If you are pitching yourself as a left wing, as more left wing than the Socialist Party, and then suddenly you jump into bed with Conservatives, people would think, what do you stand for? So it's important to stand for something. Otherwise, you'll stand. You'll be deceived by anything. Stand for something. Otherwise, you'll fall for anything. I think that's a lot of, I think that's a good proverb. But the interesting thing is, even though he was writing, say, he was writing very much. I think when he was doing this, I think it was the 60s, probably the early 60s at that, probably maybe 63, 64. And with this, and he's saying that there's equally good Christians in the Liberal Party, in the Labour Party, and in the Conservative Party, and therefore that we shouldn't divide from other believers on the basis of politics. And I think that part of it is true. I think we shouldn't divide on the basis, and we should be able to understand that different political parties will, it's like, I would say the Socialist Party obviously has a social emphasis, and so you're going to have parties out, with early trade unions, and you're looking at ideas and concepts like social justice and fair wages and fair, and there's people who you can understand that because there's that theme within the Christian Gospels. There's a community, if you like, a communitarian, a community feel, and some communities and some Christians very much took that up. And we've got early social movements like, when we think about the English Civil War, but there was a period of time of Oliver Cromwell, the English Civil War, and there was something called his army was called the New Model Army, and there was a lot of amazing Christian thought that went on during that period of when, for that period, we were like a protectorate republic. We weren't a monarchy. It was only like a short period of 30, 40 years, and somehow the king was, it's a horrible period of our history. The king was, because Charles I was the one that was beheaded, and Oliver Cromwell took established the protectorate, and really changed, brought lots of changes into the nation, and it was an amazing figure. People tried to blacken his reputation in retrospect and say he was guilty of such and such successes. Yeah, but he was, you're talking about somebody 300-400 400 years ago, and all the difficulties and the problems that you're dealing with this crazy papal hegemony, and these men have to be judged in their time, not from some sort of like false view of where we are now in and so there was things that were excessive and mistakes that they made, but fine. But he was responsible for, he was amazingly enlightened, socially enlightened leader in many ways, and he was one of the first to grant, they granted religious liberty and actually granted refuge to the Jews, because you'd had all the Jewish pogroms, and people were not to be discriminated on in the name of religion, in their faith, and so he offered sanctuary to the Jews, which was utterly revolutionary at that time. And but during that time, he had groups within his army, groups like the levelers and the diggers, and these were very much who believed in, say, a very much an egalitarian view of man, and the equality of men before God, and some of them had sort of like they had an idea of a community of goods, but a really very much an egalitarian social structure, to do away with sort of like the excesses and the privilege of and these were the groups whose political ideas and who went on and became inspirations for the early trade union movement, and went into the Labour Party, and socialists took up some of these ideas. So there's nothing, this is something which I suppose for those who are coming from the conservative right or something, and the Christian right, are perhaps very ignorant of, in the fact that a lot of those sort of high social ideals that we would consider part of left-wing politics actually came from Christian groups who are interested in transforming the society themselves. So when you see Lloyd George arguing, in say the 60s, about that politics shouldn't divide us, and that we have to understand that that Christians can have very different views about economy, and about the role of government, how government can change economic policies, and so he was very much of that period where that would be so, whereas the problem we have now is that our politics is far more polarized, and that in one of the parties he's talking about now, when they actually even had a Christian leader, this was only, what was this, maybe seven years ago, he was actually forced out. And the reason why he was forced out because of his Christianity, because his Christianity was considered, it would be just the fact that he was a Christian, the Christian, the consequences of his Christian belief, say with regards, say with abortion or euthanasia, that would be considered incompatible with modern liberal politics. And so I would have to I would have to say to Lloyd Jones, and I'm sure one day when I meet him in heaven we'll have this discussion, but we'd have to say that assumption of perhaps there needing to be, because he argues on that basis, he argues against the, say, having a Christian political party, because Christians are going to have different political views, and therefore we could never agree on platform. But I'm thinking it's becoming so difficult particularly within left-wing parties now, is that people are becoming actively anti-Christian, and unless you accept certain things which would be are explicitly contrary to Scripture, you can't be a member of that party. And so I think I think that I make something of that argument. I think I know I discussed that in more detail in the longer study that I did on his work, because basically I agree with his general drift. His in his account of Romans 13, legitimate, Christians can be revolutionary there, and another point that I should mention now is that he talks about there being, for individual Christians, he says the church is not involved itself in politics other than general principles, and it talks about principles, and so he has the idea. He gives a couple of examples where he talks about, say, there's a form of architecture or there's a form of music which certain forms of those of music which he would say it would be legitimate for a church to sort of like to preach about music, where it was saying certain music is glorifying to God because it emphasizes harmony, it emphasizes unity, it emphasizes, if you're familiar with musical terms like orchestration, coloration, and tonality, and there's certain forms of what we would call music which emphasize that, and which seem to be part of the general, just the basic concept of a universe. So unity, our unity, a harmony, a oneness. And so he would say that a church, it's legitimate, say, for a church to say that there's certain forms of music which, if music basically, if the form of music basically is emphasizing that, and is then that's, say, like a legitimate form of music. But if he's saying, but he's saying it wouldn't be legitimate, say, for a church to preach against, say, a certain genre or a certain, for a certain sort of a certain musical group or something, or certain sort of, to get into the arguing about the details of whether, of whether the music of a particular genre of a particular group is where it is he would say that that's illegitimate to get into the details. The church shouldn't be involved in the details of that, because that's details rather than generality. But he was saying that there is a form of music, or a particular, maybe a genre or a subgenre of music, in which is implicitly, if you like, blasphemous or anti-God, and therefore it's legitimate for the church to bring attention in general terms, not to get involved in the details, because he would say the details are more for the individual believer and their role in society. So he makes and this is something that I think is almost completely lost, and people are ignorant of, which which really quite, I think it is tragic, because I've seen this, is that lots of people think of, say, Christians, say, in a profession. Say if I was, say, I think this is better in Christian philosophical societies, actually, because I think some of the Christian philosophical societies are doing good, are really trying to advance philosophy from a distinctively Christian point of view. And he said that's what a professional association should be. Whereas what Martyn Lloyd Jones sort of makes the case is that he says a lot of Christian associations, be they in university student associations or associations of Christian engineers, what they actually become is they just become vehicles of evangelism and to evangelize other professionals, you know. And we do get this sort of like this emphasis that people often talk about, you know, you're a Christian in such and such a profession, and the reason why you're in that profession is that God's put you in that profession to reach those other those professionals. And so that's whereas the point he's trying to make is that Christian professionals are supposed to be those who are in the professions, who do the deep, detailed analysis about their discipline, and to say, how does my Christianity, even perhaps asking the question, is this discipline actually a neutral discipline, and my Christianity doesn't affect this at all? So that's an interesting question. But he's really making the point that that the purpose of the Christian association is not so much evangelism, but but the Christian professional association in whatever we do, whether it's in sports or how is this going to affect? I mean, say it's not the church's business to get in the details of it. The church can bring out different the general principles about something. But the details of how this works out is really the role of the individual Christian in whatever profession they're in. And I think that's something that really there's a desperate lack of that, I think. I think it's, you know, it depends what sort of like fellowship or what group you're doing, but a ministry that's you know, just focused, a church that's focused on being evangelistic, can easily impose its own mission as a church onto its individual members as well. Of this then becomes your mission in whatever profession you're in, and that, you know, and I think I agree with him here. I do agree with him. I do agree that you know, that's misunderstanding. That's a secondary. If it may be, you know, we're always called to give an account to those whenever we're asked. That's what's, you know, we're called to give an apologia to anyone that asks us at any point. So if I'm as a Christian engineer, if I'm involved in, you know, I'm still an engineer. I work in software engineering now, but I'm trained in electronic engineering. You know, I worked in fluid engineering and stuff as well, and technical. You know, I'm a technical person. I'm an engineer. You know, the bookcase there of technical books, the philosophy ones are actually the other side of the room. But if you're looking at the books behind me there, a lot of those are software engineering books, and so rather than the philosophy books are in a different shelf. But you know, so I'm still sort of like an engineer. So if you know, if I were, there would be situations in which as you know, when we're in a social sort of like situation or something, and somebody, you know, and we're having a discussion, and my faith comes up, and I'll share my faith, and you know, and it's almost been a, you know, you want everybody to, you know, it's a God desires all to be saved, so you want to share the message of salvation, and you want to see people saved. That's the greatest thing that can happen when bringing somebody to salvation. But it may be that, you know, but a lot of my purpose, you know, but I want to be the best that I can be at whatever I'm doing. So and you know, so part of your, you know, part of what gets people to take you seriously is when you are the best at whatever you can do. So if I'm a philosopher, you know, your philosophy is really important to me. I want to be the best philosopher that I can be. And I want to be as thorough as I possibly can be, and I believe my, you know, my work and my book and stuff, they demonstrate that I'm thinking at a non-trivial level. I'm not trying to evangelize people per se with this work. I'm trying to take the work on, to take this sphere on that God's put me in, that I believe there's dimensions of this subject which which this is a way of improving, God's world. And I think that's something that Lloyd Jones brings out, and he actually says that we should never consider or think that God has abandoned the world because of sin. God sent His Son in order to save the world. So God hasn't abandoned the world. God has, and the idea and the ideals of culture that are outlined in Genesis 1, to bring the whole world into to bring it into order, to build culture and to establish culture. Those things are valuable on themselves. That's God's aim for the whole of culture, is to redeem and restore the whole of culture. This is one of the reasons why I object to this idea that the world's going to hell. We just got to save as many people as we can. Jesus is coming back soon. It's very at best it's a very, isn't it, it's a very spiritual sort of like way of looking at things, rather than thinking that we need to be able to understand that yes, we have a home and a permanent home, and we're just passing through here, and we're in a sense, heaven's our home. Yes, that's true, but in one sense, but even then, it's sort of like Scripture seems to, I wouldn't say seems to, it sort of like talks about us returning with Him, and there's a new heaven and a new earth, and I don't believe there's necessarily that means there's a recreation of the heavens and the earth, and it says God brings heaven to earth, and so the idea that sort of that, because Scripture does give us, there seems to be that tension in Scripture where sometimes people take it and say it's talking about, yes, the contrasting, if you like, the dialectic between the spiritual and the natural, and that we become people of the Spirit, and the Spirit wars with the flesh, and those who are in the flesh, it's Romans 8, it's those who are in the flesh can't please God, because we're walking in the Spirit. So you do find this sort of like this tension and this dialectic where, but you have to understand the context of when that's being used. That's not that's not, say, to be used in order to blanketly to abandon the dominion mandate to create a culture that's glorifying to God on the earth. And so is where, let me pause for a second there. It's very important to, I think it's one of the wonderful things about sort of like Lloyd George when he gives that exposition, is he says we don't contract out of our natural life just when we become a believer, and that's interesting, because in Scripture does talk about that. Paul talks about whatever situation you're in when you were saved, sort of like remain in that situation, because it was interesting, because some people were doing things like they were like leaving. This happened at various points in the history of the church. People would they would suddenly have a religious conversion, or become Christians or something, and then they would they might just leave their family and go off because they're going to go and serve God. Other people would stick their family, their wife and their children in a monastery or something, and then go off and serve God. There's been various periods where people were very extreme in their response, whereas there's something in Scripture about whatever situation you were in when you then work within that situation, and you then discover, how does your Christianity affect the environment that you're working in, or does it change the environment that you're working in? And sure, there's some occupations and some sort of things that people do where their conclusion is to leave, or is to leave and to have another vocation or to retrain. Fine, it's not but it's very much that we're supposed to be, that idea that we're salt and leaven within the world, and spreading throughout the world and transforming the world. So I'll just have a little pause here, but I think there is something worthwhile to discuss further, and that's the issue of the relationship between the church and the state, because that's been something which has which is probably that has caused the most trouble, and the most, and the and has caused the greatest problems, greatest tyranny, and how are the church and state one? Because after Constantine, when Constantine he basically merged the church and the state together, and he took a position as the head of the church, and he called convocations, and people, depending, there are some who consider, and some Christian writers at the time who really considered that the conversion of Constantine was genuine and really saw a lot of wisdom in what he was trying to do. But he also had but I think it's pretty undeniable as well, that he also had the view that this was he could unify the empire, which had become very disparate. And the best way to do that is to have a religion that binds everybody together. So those are two elements within his thinking. I would say there's a good case that both of those are cases with the thinking, but there's no doubt about it that some of the early Christian writers who considered Constantine to be a very, they considered him to be a very wise and enlightened leader, but he certainly started to behave as the leader of the church and the state did merge together at that point, and the state just became the coercive arm of getting done what the church wanted to get done. And so whereas for the first 300 years of the life of the church and the state were completely separate, because that's why Paul had written Romans 13, for people to have some sort of good attitude and good view of a positive view of the state, of actually the state could be was necessary. It was part of God's of God's intention. And but when the tension has then been is that when the church and the state merged together in 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 Constantine, you then had the period where as the empire, the Western Roman Empire at least, when that sort of dissolved, and you did have the Eastern Roman Empire that managed to, it's like it managed to survive in one form or another as the Byzantine Empire for the other 1,000 years. But in what was the Western region, geographic was the Western Roman Empire. The papacy then inverted the relationship. So whereas the church then became dominant over the state, whereas with Constantine it was very much the state telling the church what to do, and right in the papal period, the church then dominated, became tyrannical and dominated, and you had the excesses of the papal that period where the state was viewed as basically the military arm. The popes would appoint a Holy Roman Empire, and that would become their private army. I think I discussed that in the Jesuits and the Inquisition times of that. Basically the church tyrannized over whatever areas that it was, whatever the monarchs, whatever areas there, the states were doing what the church wanted it to do, so that in the sense the church was the state was just an extension of the church. It was just the sword of the state was used in order to get done what the church wanted to get done. And so I will pause there, because with that thought, that otherwise if I don't pause here I'm going to talk for another half an hour, so I just need a short break. See you shortly. So welcome back. I was just there. So the relationship between the church and the state, this is probably one of the this is most certainly the most important thing for us to get clear in our heads. So the Constantines took the state into the church, and so the state in the church and the state were basically merged. But with the decay of the Roman Empire, you have the situation where it's inverted, where the functions of what the traditionally, if you like, the sword functions of the state were then taken into the church, and the church basically used the state to get done what it wanted to get done. Now the Reformation period, if we jump all the way to the Reformation, now one of the things Martin Luther said was that he said that he took the view that that coercive power that was exercised by the church was completely illegitimate, and so because the church was, people were being accused of heresy or something, and then and anybody the church didn't like, they'd basically pass a death sentence on them. And Martin Luther actually said that. He said that, with a death sentence they solve every problem. And so Luther had a very strong view of where he said that people shouldn't be put to death for heresy. Heresy is something that goes on in the mind and ideas, and it's not something that the people shouldn't be put to death for. So he recognized, and the Reformation in general made that distinction between excuse me a moment. Yeah, turn the heater off. They made this distinction, between a functional distinction between the church and the state. They recognized that they were different, that and when you get in some of sorry, I just need to get the right flow here, because this is quite complicated. But but what happened with the Reformation is that very, very quickly, within say 50 years, and part of this was to do with the problem of the Anabaptists and the Radical Reformation, is that because the Reformation challenged the hegemony and the authority of the Catholic Church, and it demonstrated that it was illegitimate. So some of the radical reformers who were associated with the Anabaptist movement, and in some ways there was Luther. Historically, there was like a sequence. There was Luther, Zwingli, who was a Swiss reformer, who was very who developed a very distinctive, if you like, theocratic view of the Reformation as well, of of God's law being in every sphere of life. Very interesting guy, who also believed in fighting for it. He actually died with the sword in his hand in battle, and probably prematurely. It's and then there was Calvin. Now Zwingli had quite an influence on Calvin, of his view. But one of the interesting things about Calvin is that he never explicitly worked out, say, like a theology of the state, and in many ways that was a function of his life, really, in the sense of being the leading light of the Reformation in Geneva. And he had a very it was his relationship with the state was because he was actually evicted from Geneva at one point, but then they brought him back. They invited him back because he was a great social reformer. He was a great political reformer. He was a great spiritual reformer. He was remarkable. That had enormous influence, and John Knox, and who the Scot, studied with and learned from Calvin, and then took the Reformation back to Scotland. And Calvin was a remarkable genius in many ways, of but one thing he never did was formally work out the relationship between the church and the state. And what actually happened was that in practice, because of the Anabaptist problem of people being because both Luther and Calvin considered that the Anabaptists would their views, because they were so extreme, and they started to deny the legitimacy of any state authority at all, and that both Luther and Calvin viewed that as a threat to the Reformation itself, because they would say that because these people were so extreme, the rulers are going to use this as an excuse to attack, to attack the Protestant lands, in the sense, on the lands that were embracing the Reformation. And so they were actually they got to the point where they actually began to persecute the Anabaptists. Actually, I think at one point, Luther sent some troops against one town. He was very affected by the peasants' revolt. He felt that this was going to undermine. So they, by force of the social conditions and the political conditions of the time, rather than because of a rigorous working out of what should the relationship of the church be, in practice, what actually happened was that for both Luther and Calvin, they began to in practice use the same technique of getting the state to act in the interests of the religion, so that they effectively replaced the Catholic hegemony with a Protestant hegemony of actually using the state to further the what the church would consider the right thing to do. And this is why there was times where, but now it is more nuanced than this. I think this is important to understand, because they were in an astonishingly difficult environment, that they were dealing with. They were dealing with, with a crazy papal hegemony that wanted to destroy all Protestants, and had launched a counter-Reformation and Inquisition. All this stuff was going on, and so we have to not judge people by. It's easy to look at it in hindsight and say, "Oh, this was an enormous mistake," but you have this. What slowly sort of like evolved from this was that you had those who understood that if you merge the church and the state together, get together like that, then what actually happened was, say in the British situation, you had Henry VIII's famous before in our society, because that was a break. He wanted a divorce. The Catholic Church wouldn't grant him a divorce. He really was trying to. He was basically still a Catholic in his view, but he did invite some of the reformers to preach to him. One of the he did enjoy the preaching of some of the reformers, because some of the reformers would actually say that you as the monarch, you should have jurisdiction over your own land rather than the Pope. It's illegitimate, the Pope. And obviously Henry VIII would like that, because the Pope claimed absolute supreme authority over all, and the individual monarchs were like his vassals. And but what eventually happened was that Henry VIII broke from Rome, but he basically arrogated to himself, and the spiritual leaders of the nation at the time, even though they knew better, actually agreed and allowed Henry to basically replace the papal authority and all the things that the Pope would do. He basically took that position, so he became the head of the church, as well as the monarch. And this is why in the UK in Britain we say that the monarch is the defender of the faith, and because the defender of the faith was used to be the title that the Pope gave his favoured monarch, and whereas Henry just appropriated it for himself. I think there was a time where he almost reconciled with the Pope, or there was something was happening, and the Pope gave him that honorary title, Defender of the Faith. But even though they later fell out with the Pope, he kept that title. So it wasn't really like so it was, when it said Defender of the Faith, it wasn't really Defender of the Christian faith. It was a Defender of the Catholic hegemony. It's not really an honorary title. It's something that's lost on us now. People say, yes, the Queen was the Defender of the Faith. Well, yes, the Queen was a fine monarch, but she was a fine monarch, and her Christianity was fine, not because it was Catholic. It was because she was just a fine Christian woman. And but that's a bit lost. We think a Defender of the Faith is a good thing, but it wasn't. It was a title bequeathed upon the Pope's favoured monarch. To then go out as Defender of the Faith, he was to kill all the heretics within his land. That was literally what he was supposed to do. The Defender of the Faith was the one who killed all the heretics in the land. So it's not an honorary title. That's another interesting piece of history. But so once Henry had appropriated and arrogated it to himself, when it was allowed to by the spiritual leaders, so the monarch, the political head of state, then also again became the head of the church, and that was okay as long as they were basically aligned. But what happened was, I think Henry's son Edward, he died prematurely. You then had Mary, and she's called Bloody Mary, because she basically killed in order to try. She wanted to reconcile herself back to Rome, and she did what can only be described as genocide of. She killed something like 10,000 people in one town, and that was, you're talking 600-700 years. That was enormous. That was just like destroying a city, and that's why she was called Bloody Mary, because of all the blood she shed. But she actually basically said to the leaders of the of the church, she basically said, well, you've given me this power, and all I've done is use the power that you've given me, because you've appointed me as head. And so people began to understand that this relationship of church and state, that if they there was an interesting version of this principle by somebody called Erastus, who was he'd studied Zwingli, and he was interesting because he in some ways, even though he was called a follower of Erastus, his view of the church and state was very different. So he actually said that the church's power had no coercive power at all. So only the state had coercive power, and so he actually viewed the state as but he said that the church could speak into the state as and could initiate things for say if there was some sort of reformation, something that needed to happen, the church could initiate something, and say that the state should behave in a particular way, but the church couldn't tell the state what to do. But the state, as long it's interesting because this is where sort of like Anglicanism, what we called Anglican, and the Anglican Church, our established church, what's called the established church, a state church in England, and other state churches almost, and we would, in the US, I think it's Episcopalian church, isn't it? And a very, very this sort of idea that there's this. This is why in our it's called the established church, because the bishops of the church, this is a characteristic of this sort of like idea of there still being this relationship of church and state, and that the church is the one that can consecrate, say, like a bishop, and if you like, present to the state this is who they want to be as a bishop, but the state can veto that person. But the state can't say we want this person to be the bishop, but only the church can consecrate it. So it's meant to be sort of a bit more of a you're seeing that this is church and state almost on an equal footing, whereas before, the church is either dominating the state, or the state is dominating the church. In the time of Constantine, the typical papal view was the church dominating the state, but you then had this sort of like view as something that flowed out of the Reformation. There was this tension, understanding that the church and the state were distinct and that they should be functionally distinct. But it wasn't until in our period, and Presbyterianism sort of pulled the distance. So you had the Puritans. Sorry, I'm not finishing my sentences here. You had within the Anglican Church, you had what were called the Puritans, and the Puritans initially were those who believed that the Reformation had just stalled and hadn't reformed the church enough. And so it's typical, because what happened was, even though you had sort of like the church had broken away from Rome, people were still were in all the vestments of the church. They still basically looked like Catholics, and the doctrine of salvation had been reformed, but the Puritans wanted to push this on into other parts of government, and there was a section of the Puritans who I think it was Roger Cartwright, who was the Regis Professor at Cambridge, I think, who started, who was a Puritan who began what was called the Presbyterian view of, and the Presbyterians very much viewed that they understood that there needed to be a separation of church and state, but they nevertheless still believed that the state should be responsible for things like church discipline. So the church couldn't have anything to do with doctrine, but the church could call on the state, because they recognized the difference. They recognized that they couldn't use coercive authority to kill, to discipline the church, but they could call on the church to, if the church identified to the state that there was immoral behavior going on within the society, the church would call upon the state to deal with this, and that all the laws that the state would pass independently, the church, if you like, could audit, and for for being in line with the with the scriptural principles. So the idea of sort of like but there was still, you can still see how, even in the Presbyterian view, which was, and in the Westminster Confession, the great sort of confessions of and you had before that, you had the Dutch Reformed Church and the Belgic Confession and the Westminster Confession, which are the two big Presbyterian confessions, and there are remarkable documents, amazing confessions, amazingly, full statement of faith. But where they really struggled in the confessions, and I think Lloyd Jones brings this out well as well, is it was saying, when you try and justify scripturally the role that a church can use a magistrate to impose discipline upon society, or even discipline within the church by this external magistrate who was a member of the state. One of the distinctives about the Westminster Confession was that they would give all the biblical references for their positions, for the statements. That's why it's such a powerful confession. If you ever read it, it's an amazing piece of of philosophy as well. They really understood some amazing things about human nature and human society, and it's a great piece of, it's not just, these are people putting into practice with the practical implications of what they believe. But they really struggled to try and justify the idea of a magistrate doing the church's bidding, if you like, a secular magistrate who would impose discipline within the church. And I think they only managed one single New Testament reference for that, and that was quite an obscure one of, Lloyd Jones goes into this. I don't want to spend too much time on that, but other than to show that there was this sort of like view, even the Presbyterian view of, of somehow the state being involved, and the church speaking to the state and requiring the state to deal with ensuring that, where there's been a lack of discipline and calling on the discipline and to exercise discipline within the church. There was still this relationship between church and state. Now, what really changed and what really happened was that at that time when Scottish Presbyterians, there was a civil war in Britain. Charles I had been sort of like kicked out. You then had the protectorate of Oliver Cromwell, amazing things that he managed to do. But Charles II, they did sort of schemed an intrigue and somehow managed to convince the Scottish Presbyterians to support his coming back. Those sort of the coming back to be the monarch, and he basically promised that the Presbyterianism would then become, if you like, the Church of England would be reorganized along Presbyterian lines. And so the Presbyterians, so the Scots were allied with him and brought Charles II back and brought the monarchy back. And Charles II very quickly turned around and then evicted all the Presbyterians from all and that really changed the consciousness of Presbyterianism with regards, and with if you like, the Reformation view, the post-Reformation Protestants changed their view of the relationship between church and state, and people began to argue for complete separation, because the same thing happened when the Puritans went over to the US, to try and escape from religious persecution. They ended up creating new churches, their own churches, but it became tyrannical. In a sense, they exercised the same, and there was the same problem of even though they wanted to create new churches, they still had this problem of they couldn't. It was only until this happened and Charles II, then you had all the problems with I think maybe it was King George III and eventually the American Civil War being fought. But there was a change in the consciousness of the believers, who they realized that this idea of giving of allowing the state, whenever the state had any type of authority in the church, or whenever you invited the state to be involved, that was going to the state was going to tyrannize and impose upon people a state religion. And that's one of the things when that the episode with Charles, and then that change began to change the consciousness, and people began to call themselves nonconformists and independent, and they argued for a complete, and separatists. And the reason why they were called separatists was because they believed in a complete separation of church and state. So the spheres were completely separate, and that the church had no role. The church wasn't involved directly in government. It couldn't call upon the state to enforce discipline within society or to deal with problems of discipline within the church. It couldn't call. The church had to deal with its own issues within its own and it wasn't. and there was no establishment, so there was no things like bishops weren't given privilege, because like bishops in the UK, bishops sit in the House of Lords. That's the establishment, the established church. So the bishops, because they're appointed by the state, they are political figures as well, and they sit in the House of Lords. Whereas what happened in the US, they realized that, and the response to Charles was that the independence and the people that realized there had to be complete separation. And so and Roger Williams was one of the guys in the US who really took that idea on, because all the problems. So he originally went over to, he started off as a vicar in Boston, in Lincolnshire, which is where and that's why Boston in the UN, Massachusetts, is called Boston, because he went over to, and he went over seeking religious freedom, found that what was happening with the Puritan settlements there and the Covenantism stuff, that was becoming very restrictive. He found that very restrictive, and it started that people were forced to be, if they wanted to vote, they had to make a declaration of faith or something, and that mean everybody made a declaration of faith, whether they were believers or not believers. And so he realized that there was something deeply unspiritual and unsatisfactory about that. So he'd been moved, because he'd been invited, I think, to be, I don't know, what's it been, a governor or a teacher for the colonies or something. And he said that, what's going on here? I can't agree. I'm going to move. So he moved south to Salem or somewhere, I think, and then he came, but he eventually founded the Rhode Island colony, because he was judged by the he eventually got, because there was so much tension between himself and the leaders of the colonies. They'd agreed that he was to be deported back to Britain, but he'd heard about it, and then he went south. He went down to and founded the Rhode Island, founded Providence, founded the Rhode Island state, and argued for a complete religious liberty, complete freedom of consciousness, and a complete separation of church and state. So this remains, I think, so in practice, that's the thing. A lot of in many respects, the sort of like the history of getting to this point where of understanding that it's not just it doesn't have to be just like a conceptual separation of church and state, understanding that the church is something different and the state is something, because the origin of the church, that's the thing. They are different. That's the thing. They're different because their origin and their purpose and what God institutes for them and their purpose that he's ascribing to them is very, very different. So the church came into existence in the sense, the church just means the gathering of the chosen people of God together. So it talks about the church of the Old Testament. Israel has been given it talks about the church in the desert. So the church is not a new word, but the church really is just the people of God, the gathering of the people of God. And the New Testament church is the people of God gathered from all nations. But there are many churches in many different nations, all with different sort of like characters, all And whereas the state is something which is a negative, coercive view, because one of the problems we have in modern society is the idea that the people consider the state to have lots of positive functions. So the state's got to organize for the common good of everybody, whereas really the biblical state is the view of the state is very negative. It's very small. The purposes and how it's outlined is very, very small. It's for the external security of the nation, so that the borders of the nation, to keep peace within the nation, to provide the people with justice. That's almost it. And its function is very negative, very coercive. It deals with problems, but it's basically very limited, very small. Whereas the modern states, the modern Western states, they've appropriated more and more power to themselves. And when they get involved, this is the thing, when states get involved in this, if you like, being when they get so like involved in education, or they get involved in health, or they get involved in, you know, trying to promote all these things that people consider social goods, then the problem is this is what the the reformers, the people that became independents and then, you know, then became separatists, their their progression in their thinking, they realized that as soon as you allow and give the state, if you like, allow the state to become, say, the moral arbiter of good, and to take the place of, if you like, take the place of God, they become tyrants. They always become tyrannical, and they always end up oppressing different groups. Even if you got this love, this, you know, it sounds really nice, doesn't it? The you know, people, even, you know, even in 20th century arguments within reformed, you know, reformed seminaries, people talk about that, you know, that it's legitimate for the state to have the the interests of the common good of the whole of society as one of its goals. You know, it's ascribing to the state something that is outside of its scriptural, you know, the way it's been circumscribed within scripture, with a very small, because if you allow the state to the bureaucracies to grow and to support all these different functions, that it becomes tyrannical. And that's what's happened with our modern states. They are becoming more and more and more tyrannical. So really, so that is why, just from the point of view of sort of like of history and of actually studying what happens in practice, the state is supposed to have a very small, distinct sphere, and all the other spheres of life are supposed to be, you know, the artistic, the humanities, the music, the science. They've got their own principles and everything there, and it's the society, the interaction of us together and the society together. It's not the state is not to, in a sense, to be the arbiter and the controller of all those different spheres. They're supposed to be in sort of like an equal relationship and the society, in the sense, is organic and coming out of the interaction of these different spheres. It's not, you know, it's not, you know, we're not a top down. You know, socialism is always top down, and socialism has always led to tyranny. But the 20th century shows us that the operation, you know, the operation of the states during the COVID pandemic, tyrannical. If we rely on states and rely on government to do these things, they'll do it to us rather than for us. So sort of trying to ground this and trying to come down to earth, you know. So, you know, we're starting off talking about states as legitimate. Romans 13 tells us that states are legitimate, but it gives a very clear boundaries that the states that we're in they are respect for the institutions of the state, the institutions of government, the authorities above us, is because God has instituted those offices. But those offices are to do good, and to reward good, and to defend good, and to punish evildoers. Very, very limited, you see. The scope of the state is considered to be very, very limited, very circumscribed, very limited. And that our attitude to the state is not to be one of, it's to be a positive, and we're to be the best citizens we can possibly be. But in a sense, it's a reasoned and it's a critical submission to them. Submission is a critical thing. You know, it says we submit one to another. So we don't. It doesn't say obey. It's a different word. Lloyd Jones brings out the way. It's not obeying one another. It's submitting to one another. It's giving people space. It's giving them the benefit of the doubt. It's very much referring to a psychological attitude, but it's not to say to give. We respect our leader, we respect their office, We are as accommodating as we can possibly be, but we have to assess what they're doing against the scriptural principles. And when they step outside of their jurisdiction, we have every right, both in the sense of being citizens within the laws of the different nations that we're in, to exercise our own rights as citizens, and to resist what's going on if we believe this is incorrect. What's happening in our societies, we've got every right to do that. And in the extreme, we've got every right to join movements and even revolutionary movements that evict a corrupt state. We do not just have to passively endure and ignore what's going on, and always be supportive of what the government does. We can be, there's a whole graduation of different resistance, because you can imagine being in situations where, yes, you're not being actively subversive in the sense you're trying to work against the government, but you are being critical, and you're being whether in debates or in articles or whatever you're doing, however it might manifest you're not going to argue for violent civil disorder, and in order to try and get you're on the side of law and order, but nevertheless you are arguing, and you're agitating, and it may, if that doesn't bring change, and then there is scope, and this is Lloyd George makes this clear. This is not an extremist position. It's perfectly clear that if a state delegitimizes itself because it's not behaving in accordance with Romans 13, then you are free to join revolutionary movements that will overthrow that state. So gosh. So there's probably another, yes, I probably managed to, all in all, I managed probably 3 hours of that. But I think it's really important to get, I've written so much more about this in it's not it's I there's so much more to this, and so much more detail that can go into. But what I wanted to try and do with this is to grab your attention, that yes, obviously I want you to go, and yes, all right, we want to read this in the book, we want to read the chapter in the book, and I want you to read the extended study, which I'm not sure if they're they're at the moment, they're sort of like just part of my website, part of blogs, but these are extensive, these are big. I'm not sure if they can ever get to the point where they can be books in their own right, but I might be able to self-publish those or something, do something with them. But I'll see. I'll have to reread them again, because both some of the stuff, I don't think, not quite so sure how a publisher would be that, but I'm sure maybe something on politics, state, and because there's some bits, I was particularly dealing with the Trump dimension in that as well, of how people reacted. But there's so much more detail in those studies to get us beyond this what I would call infantile view that that our only obligation is to be completely obedient to what our government says. If our government says that you can't go outside, a government hasn't got any right to say to citizens you can't go outside. The government can advise, and it can say, give us reasons as to why we shouldn't go outside, but if we want to go outside, in the end we haven't got any. The law of the land actually explicitly says that the government can't do that to us, and there's the law of the land, the Acts of Parliament. That's the interesting thing about the British Constitution, in a sense, is that the people often talk about, the British Constitution is not written. Well, actually it is. The law of the land is the Magna Carta. The Magna Carta basically says to the government, gives you very strict boundaries, and that's why the whole British jurisprudence, they talk about the bar and the dock and everything, and that's called the law of the sea, because we already have a law of the land, and the law of the land says that the government can't restrict my freedom of and cannot tell me, and cannot restrict my freedom of travel, my freedom to conduct my business on the we are The government cannot tell me that I'm not free to conduct my business in the way I want to conduct my business, as long as it's not criminal. That's what in a sense, the Magna Carta is, the common law, what's called the common law, the British common law, which which became the inspiration for the common law in lots of European nations and in the US. The idea of English common law. So this sort of like idea that that somehow, because an act of parliament, the original function of a jury was to judge the law. The judge was not the most important person in the court. That's the interesting thing about the court. We think of the court now. The court was the court of the commoners, who were then, if Parliament had passed a law, the court of the commoners evaluated the law and tested the law. That's a remarkable thing. Originally that was what was. People just don't realize that. That the the judge, in the sense, was supposed to be the public servant. They're not the public serve the judges and to serve there's all this stuff that's been glossed over, that that we have certain rights that are granted to us before God. And that's one of the great things about the American Constitution. The founders, they really tried to make that very, very explicit. What was implicit in our system there, and easily covered over. And in a sense, the US has had to fight this battle with the administrative state and the bureaucratic state and the Chevron deference, which basically created the bureaucratic state. And that's what's so interesting, and what's going on in the US at the moment with the re-election of Trump, and this an understanding. They are understanding how a state, because the last, regardless of where you sit politically, what actually happened in the US in the last 4 years, and the legal lawfare, the assassination attempts, that shows you what happens to a state when a state becomes tyrannical, and it begins to use the processes of law to go against its own political opponents. And that's why one of the things why the whole emphasis within scripture is on a small state with a very limited scope and a limited jurisdiction as to what it should do. Being concerned with national defense, being concerned with our borders, being concerned with ensuring that justice is available to all, that people can resolve their differences. That's so that was it's a great cautionary tale. What's happened in the US over the last 4 years, and we're fighting. I think we're in the point where we're beginning to fight in the UK, understand it in the UK, because we've not had a even though our Conservative Party was considered conservative, it's basically been another socialist party. It's just been more, it still believes in big government, state involved with everything. We've never really had any who's really who really wants to challenge the status quo and undo a lot of the government just becoming bigger and the state becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. Now we are seeing some of that stuff with people become wise to that, and we'll see where where our politics goes. But we're seeing some of the very, very oppressive stuff within the EU of trying to deal with freedom of speech and labeling stuff hate speech, any speech that any community, it's using those terms of malinformation, misinformation, disinformation, all with the view of trying to control what people can say, what they can think, and to manage this. And it becomes tyrannical when you make the state the arbiter, and you give the state, and you say that the state can decide what is misinformation, malinformation, disinformation, or what is hate speech. If you give the state that sort of power, then that's the end of your civilization. You're into tyranny. and that's why, in the sense of the American Constitution, that freedom of speech was the first thing that the founders put in there, and then they put the Second Amendment, which was and the and the citizen can must be able to arm themselves to defend themselves against the government. So that's how important it was. That First Amendment is guaranteed by the Second. Okay, so yeah, so I think covered a lot of ground, and I think I will enjoy listening to this myself as I edit it and chop this up. Maybe a couple of bits I need to chop out, but these are sort of meant to be talks. They're not lectures, and they're not, they're meant to just be pushing ideas out there and saying, yes, this is my other work. I want you to read my other work. I want you to read the book when the book comes out. With the publishers past it. They're apparently it takes them about 6 or 7 months to edit the book. I thought, that's the way publishers work. So, but I want I want this to helping people to think, helping people to get, to learn, to get their own relationship to, to the different issues, and this is a big issue, the issue of the state and I'm sure some of the stuff here, I've looked at it from a Christian perspective and the implications for Christians, but this, you can see just with some of those how important it is, not just for Christians. This is important for us culturally. If we make the state Lord and Master, the state will be Lord and Master. It will. If we don't consider our rights, if we consider that the government is the source of our rights, then there's nothing absolute about those rights, but they're all relative. Then the government can take away those rights if it judges so. So that's why this issue is such an important issue. Okay, so God bless you. I will see you again, and we'll progress. Goodbye.